Alrighty, hello, hello. We are going to get started here. I had this thing all set up and ready to go way ahead of time, and then I got caught up doing other things. So it was like, hey, I'm all set up and ready to go. I can do other things. And while that's technically true, I can only do those other things for a certain amount of time until I'm behind. So here we go. I think everything is in order. Let's go ahead and get started. Ahmed, excellent. It's classic. Actually, Beatrice. We'll start with Beatrice just because we don't typically see Beatrice all that often. So hello, Big Hein 76. Now I noticed, I saw in your comment with Ahmed, excellent. Wait, where is that coming from? Actually, Beatrice. We'll start with Beatrice just because I'm hearing myself. Why am I hearing myself? Beatrice all that often. So hello. Okay, there we go. Interesting. Didn't even have the window up. All right. Raising an eyebrow. Yeah, sorry, Big Hein. So yeah, I saw you coming, and you said to Denise, you were like, "Oh, you actually pronounced my name right. Thank you." So it makes me think. Good night, love your echo. Oh, there we go. It makes me think. Am I not pronouncing it correctly? Because I mean, you weren't saying it as opposed to me saying it. You were just like, is it Big Hein, Big Heiny, Big Heen? 76. I'm just wondering if what the catch is, because I thought it was pretty self-explanatory, but when you say that, it makes me think that there is a different way to pronounce it than what may be phonetically based on what is said. I got Ugnip. I did. I love that. I love that you used that term. And I did. We started the day off with getting Ugnipped, which just as a reference, it happened like one day, poor Ugnip, like 3 times in a row, we queued into one of his games and he won like almost the minute we got in. So we get in and then boom, he hits face and it's done. So we get into a game thinking, hey, we're going to get to see a game, and that happened. So because it happened with him like 3 out of 5 times or 3 out of 4 times, it was something ridiculous. I was like, all right, I'm just going to call that getting the Ugnipped or getting Ugnipped. So we did. All right, Arrakis NPO. Here we go. Maybe this will be a little bit of a longer game. All right, so let's see here. So Baldrick, good to see you again. Big Hein, good to see you. You were here. Gosh, I think you were here probably almost 45 minutes ago when I was setting things up prematurely. I was like, oh, wait, he's already here, and I was going to respond, but I was like, I got other things I'm going to be doing. I don't want to be like, hey, goodbye. So. This can't be. No, I'm number 1. Big Hein beat me to it. I mean, to be fair, Baldrick, he was here. I mean, it was a while ago. You would have gotten here really. You have to get it pretty early in the morning to beat Big Hein or Big Heiny or whatever. Oh, and Ugnip is here. So I am sorry, Baldrick, but for all intents and purposes, because of. Well, actually, Big Hein, I'm not sure where you're at either. I'm thinking you might be Europe for whatever reason. I'm just getting that sense. Wow. I mean, kudos to our friends for getting the job done so quickly, but come on, guys. Jeez. Take a little time, massage it. Nobody likes to show off. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. Ahmed, please feel free to win this one. And I mean, and look at this, folks. This is again dispelling the myth. I was assured by several high-level players that nobody in the top 50, let alone the top 10, plays this tripe. But as we see, that is not the case. No one is immune from its. And who knows? Maybe that person is top 10 because they abuse the crap out of it. I don't think it's impossible. As much as people say, that it's not that big of a deal. I do think it can go on a tear, and it doesn't require a whole lot to make that happen. So Kratos, it's a casual. Okay, let's see, Meth 06, or perhaps Method. I think that may be actually what that translates to. Oh, there we go. Battling an event. Let's see if we can. Is it going to happen? Will he be the first one? Okay, there we go. All right. I'm heading at an inside man. Baldrick going hot and heavy with the conspiracy theories already. But you're not wrong, Baldric. You're not wrong. This goes far, far deeper than you know. Okay, good to know, Big Hein. Like, how do you say that wrong, though? Big Hien? Like, I'm just not sure how to pronounce. Same thing with Banana Schwab. Banana Schwab, said, "Oh, thanks for pronouncing my name right." And I was like, I don't know how else to pronounce it. So it's always a happy coincidence or happy situation where your default is actually the correct way, because it takes no effort to remember how to do it. You just look at it and read it. But good term, by the way. I'll give sometimes you hear a little bit later, so I was thinking you might not get that. But I mean, it's an honor. Like, look, it's not a bad thing. Like, if you were losing every single time we got in, that might have like a negative connotation, because like he's always getting beat. But the fact is, you won. You beat your opponent within like 5 seconds of us queuing into your games that one day. So it's actually kind of an honor to get Ugnipped or to be the Ugnip. And I don't know. And let me ask you, Ugnip, the etymology of your name, and like, is it like a last name? Is it a term that means something? Because I would like to know if it is in fact a term. Like, Schwart is not a term. It's kind of a derivative of sword, but it's not actually like a thing. Is Ugnip a variation on an existing word or phrase, or is it just something you came up with, or is it actually like a proper name? I am curious, because it's a very unique name. Like, even amongst, when I see like, foreign names,
Prepare to die.
There you go. Here I'm asking questions and he's getting Tazcad lethal against a disgusting deal. So happy to see that. It was still very quick. It was still very much in his style in terms of quick lethal, but well done, sir. Well done. A GG. The inside man was not a Big Hein. I'm sorry. Big Hein did not have an inside man. There was an inside woman. So, that, I guess, is even better. Or more nefarious, I guess, would be a typical thing. Try to spell it back. Oh! Pingu?
My bow is ready.
Pingu? Ugnip? Pignu? Or no, Ping. What the world? Ping you? Ping you? Like ping? Like gonna ping you with my Elena Banach type ping you? In which case, I feel so I like, if a guy's name was David and I was like, oh, we're getting David by this guy right now. It doesn't sound quite as sexy as if it's actually like a term. So if it is in fact ping you backwards, and we're using it as a term to mean winning as soon as you start getting spectated, I think that actually works. We've actually invented a meaning for Ugnip where one didn't exist before, which I'm totally down with. I think it's good. We're forging ahead with language, or forging new territory in language. Let's see here. Can't believe I'm actually meeting Invade now, an event. Yeah, it's becoming more. I mean, it's weird. It seemed like it went into remission. It's like cancer. It went into remission for a while. It seems like I didn't come across it when I was playing. We didn't see a whole lot of it when we were doing this kind of thing. And then I think it was about 2 episodes ago, I think we started seeing it make a comeback. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if they're, the Invade community was on a sabbatical. They went off to, sacrifice their young and I don't know. They went off somewhere on a retreat and then they all have come back. I'm not really sure. Maybe they all ordered pineapple pizza and got food poisoning. I don't know. Like, they seem like the kind of people that eat pineapple on pizza and, Nurship. You're the second person I've seen that I can remember that this card gets so little play. Wait a minute. Are we okay, we're in an event. Duh. We are in an event. Then that is why. There we go. Okay, take it back. I still, to this day, there's only one person I've ever seen play this card in a just basic constructed, I'm on the ladder deck. So it stands out, but it also but it makes more sense now with the fact that the event is clearly monocolor. All right. Central Europe, Germany here. Oh, nice. Okay, fantastic. Well, whereabouts? Well, you don't have to tell me. And not that I know Germany all that well. Like I know, like Black Forest. I'm really big on seeing, and Neuschwanstein, the White Castle. It's like in the mountains. That to me is just a ridiculous feat of gorgeous engineering. Anyway, so if you're near either of those, then sweet. Otherwise, I probably don't know. But great that you're in Germany. We've got several folks actually from Germany. Banana Schwab, in fact, that I mentioned hails from there. Io, hello. Good to see you, sir. I got the 30 gold. I now have 60 gold in that account there. So I might just start like paying mercenaries to do my bidding, because I'm wealthy as heck now in the D&D world. But I did go ahead and add that this afternoon. But good to see you here, sir. Big Hein, I actually presumed the EI would be twisted in some form. Interesting. Women, you say. The plot thickens. It always does when ladies are involved. Well, things get messier. Things get dirtier. You know, there's a reason why they say all's fair in love and war, because the fact is, like, they have to go out of their way to say that because it's not fair in love and war. And nor should it be. I mean, that's... Well, so war, you know it shouldn't be fair. I've come along, you know, my personal... Well, no, let's not do that. Let's not do that. There's way too many things going on that don't need to bring actual war into our fantasy world here. We can certainly deal with that. But why was I going to say that? It was going to be something fun, not let's see. Oh, love and war. Yeah. Anytime women are involved, it becomes less fair because it screws with dudes' heads. You know, in any sense, even if we're talking about love, obviously you're talking about, you know, that kind of deal, or if you're talking about just the dynamic that exists, it's playing dirty. So if there is an inside woman, shame on you for making things even more complicated. Let's see. Agnet, please tell me you have never heard of Pengu, the famous penguin? Penguin? So yeah, I'm with Io. I can see how maybe that would translate as penguin, but if there is a Pingu, the famous penguin, I would have to qualify the famousness because I am not familiar with it. But I live under a very large rock. So there's many things I have not heard of. Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean that Pingu is not a celebrity of sorts, or is not well known amongst the media savvy among us. He simply is not familiar to my world. Began that took a while. Oh, it's Ugnip is Pingu backwards. Mind blown. All right, so it's coming as a surprise to no one. A surprise Pikachu face. Baldric knows who Pingu is, but yes, I am unfamiliar until this very moment.
We must protect our stronghold.
By the way, Big Hein says, I'm prepared for a falsehood here. Brace yourselves. By the way, enjoyed pineapple pizza with garlic this way. Thinking of you and really enjoying it. See, now, I mean, now you're just being silly, Big Hein. Very, very silly. Garlic? I love garlic, don't get me wrong, especially on like any Asian cuisine, but garlic on pizza is not bad. Garlic with pineapple? I believe this is what my friends in the UK would say, now you're taking a piss, mate. Well, do they say mate in Australia? They do. But I've seen them say it here. I think, Io, you say mate, don't you? The M and then the number 8 a lot. Hey, mate. So I always thought an Australian thing. You know, everybody said, hey, good day, mate. And I didn't know that people would often use mate if they weren't South African. I don't know. I don't think I'm saying in Australia with this accent, but that's all right. We can go around the world if we want to. We can end up in Ireland or Switzerland, or I don't even know whereabouts that would be. But okay, well, there's Ireland, I suppose, was surfaced a little bit. We're trying to get to the UK, right? We're trying to be here because this is originally what I was talking about when I said you're taking a piss. So right, clearly, because oh goodness gracious, no, it would not be truly eating garlic with pineapple pizza. In fact, it's garlic. The microphone's broken. I actually said something really intelligible, but I have a feeling it didn't come across that way, so let's move on. It is monocolor indeed. Okay, yeah, so that is, that explains the...
An unfortunate mistake.
That explains the... You know what? I wonder if I should put that up there? Maybe. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Chat might be better up here. Sorry, you lost sound for a minute there, I know, but... Okay. Baldric, I butchered that sentence a bit. It happens when I start to write one thing and then start... You know what? No, this is actually kind of weird. I want to put it back here again. Make it bigger. Okay, sorry. I'm getting... I mean, part of the reason I changed the microphone setup was so that I could be looking over here and not... But it's weird not to look over here now. Let's see. Doopy-doopy-doo. Baldric, I butchered that sentence a bit. It happens when I start to write one thing and then start another similar thing, and it mixes into a horrible creation. Who is it in this game? Mechanar? Behold, my magnificent creation. Or something like that. And so, Baldric, I can understand that in spoken language, because I do it all the time. Like, I'll mix two words together and not commit to either one of them. So I start off saying one word and I change it in the middle and I don't bother to just correct it. It's interesting that it types that way though. Like, because usually as you're typing, like I get to a certain place, I'm like, oh, I'm going off in a different direction. I just delete and go. So it's interesting that you write the way you, the way that you talk, to the extent that you you mix. But I mean, I don't think I didn't see anything here that didn't make any sense. Just the mind blown, which is fine. Big Hein, Nuremberg, actually. Beautiful city, big on tourists, lots of Americans around here. Okay, fantastic. And how are they around there, Big Hein? Because that's something you hear mixed things. Like I'm personally of the opinion. I mean, I obviously I don't think I could do it now, but my druthers would be to know somebody in the country that I go to visit, so that at the very least, if my tenuous grasp on the language or the culture does not suffice, I have somebody there that can kind of help vouch for me, so that I'm not a burden on the native populace. I mean, typically tourists. I mean, it's here it gets kind of crazy. I remember trying to make deliveries on work sites and not being able to communicate with anybody on the job site because nobody spoke English. That was obnoxious. But that's a working situation. Very few times when a tourist can't speak English is that kind of an issue, because they're there for fun, so they're just trying to figure something out. Or you can see if they're distressed. You can find ways to make it happen. But I'm like, look, I should not have to go around to 65 different people to find somebody who speaks freaking English in this country on who's supposed to be working a job here. I don't know how. I mean, I have friends in the U.S. from Turkey, from Vietnam, from Korea. I mean, several places. First generation came over here. They learned English elsewhere, and they came over here. And all of them went through a very rigorous process to be able to, work and everything. In fact, my friend from Taiwan was going to get deported after college because he only had a student visa. He had to get a work visa, had to get sponsored, and that came in at the last minute. And then he'd been the whole time he was applying for a green card, and that he got that at the very last minute. And he was engaged at the time. Like, he had a whole life set up here. And if he had to go back to Taiwan, he would have. First thing is, I think it's 4 years in the military, 2 or 4 years in the military, and who knows if he could have gotten back here. So, so I don't know the full requirements, but based on what my friends have had to do, I'm like, I don't know how you get through this whole process and not speak a lick English. But anyway, all that to say, if I were to visit another country, I would want to be as, I don't want to be that American where it's just like, hey, y'all, what's going on? Serve me and speak my language. Like, I don't want to presume that. And I'm just curious how many Americans actually would go to a place like Germany and be obnoxious obnoxious tourists and just, you know, be like, anybody here speak English? Like that's the one time that I wouldn't expect anybody to speak English. I know a lot of people do, which is fantastic. I mean, everybody here pretty much, well, no, everybody here who is speaking, who is not does not currently live in the U.S., it's, you know, a cheers to you and a great gratitude to you and to your country for making it a thing to learn English. I mean, it sounds self-centered, and if I dictated that should be the case, it would be self-centered. I'm just grateful on the back end that that's how it turned out. Because I mean, imagine how many relationships that are like this would not develop. I mean, even in the UK, Denise, you and I wouldn't be friends if you didn't also learn English. I mean, you guys speak a form of it over there, but it's not real English. It's, I don't know, it's UK-ish, it's Uckish, I guess we will say, because it's just so different from real English, which is here in America, you see. So luckily, you also had to learn English as a second language. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to communicate. So anyway, all that to say, you know, about language and whatever. But yeah, Big Han, I was just curious if it's like, hey, cool, tourists, you know, good to talk to Americans, see what's going on over there, you know, hear what their take is on our cuisine, everything. Because I remember I talked to one guy, he was here. I want to say, it was one of those. It was an Asian country, but it wasn't like. It wasn't Singapore. It wasn't Japan. It wasn't like any of the big ones. It might have been Thailand. I think it was Thailand. And it was just interesting. And he spoke English. It wasn't great, but it was good enough. He spoke much better English than I spoke Thai. But it was just interesting to hear his take on, like, because he'd been here for like 9-10 months. So he'd been around. It's like just the way we like talk. He said you're much more, tend to be much more upfront, and like there's a little less like subtlety, or I guess like he's like we're typically not that. We don't speak our minds as much, and it wasn't said as if it was in a bad way. He wasn't like, oh, we don't speak our minds. It was just kind of like we don't. It's a cultural difference. So it's always, I always find it interesting if I can communicate with somebody who's here visiting. I like to hear how it's different here for what they're experiencing than where they're from, and knowing that they're getting a firsthand experience. Because a lot of people, I've heard people like pontificate, you know, about America and about Americans, and it's like, I don't know, you may be getting that from the news or whatever, but that certainly isn't me or people that I know, and I think it goes the same way as well. What we typically hear is what governments and what media are doing and presenting to each other. So it's always interesting to find that, yes, there are in fact cultural actual differences between us, but they're not maybe the ridiculous, kind of almost slanderous sometimes differences that we hear about otherwise. So it's like, okay, you've experienced it firsthand. You know for a fact, this is, at least in this particular part of the country, in this situation, this is how people respond. It's much different from where you are. But I'll be honest, aside from the few nut jobs who like pineapple on pizza, unfortunately, some of which are Americans or claim to be, I'm really going to wonder if, Honey Badger, I don't know that he's an American. I have a high suspicion he's perpetrating. He's from Guam or something. He talks about goats and all this kind of stuff. I'm gonna go to Montana, and I'm calling this. I'm gonna go there, and it's gonna be like the Jetsons, and everybody's flying around in their little pewter cars. There's not gonna be any goats. There's not gonna be any of that stuff there. I guarantee you, almost guarantee you. Ooh, this is dangerous for Io. I mean, when you got curses, you know it's, unless you can break that ward. But I mean, what else is he gonna do, really? But yeah, I hate playing this poor guy in a curse-rich environment. Anyway, let me not fall behind unnecessarily. So hello, Denise. Luckily, my online conference had a lunch break of 9 to midnight. Hold on. Denise, it goes that late? It goes into the evening? And then it picks up after midnight? That seems to imply that it, like, if you get a lunch break from 9 to midnight, that it would pick up again at 1 in the morning or at midnight? That's crazy talk. That's longer than our D&D sessions. Ooh, gingerbread cookie. That sounds pretty good, actually. I'm guessing that's an inside illusion. Let's see. Exactly, Io. Yeah, midnight break. That's crazy talk. Antoine, hello from Italy. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Hopefully, I don't know if are you on? Perhaps not. See if we can spectate some of your games, but you may not be playing this evening. Oh no. Oh no. Hang on a second. Baldric is told Big Hind you would be first. Oh. He is Naughty Rogue. Oh no! Okay, so Big Hind wasn't just like blowing smoke. He wasn't just joking around. Literally had an inside woman, in this case Denise, who gave him the tip off to get here before Baldric. Wow. Wow. That's nefarious. That is nefarious. And there you go, Agent D's uncovering herself. Yeah, that's well, you never said secret agent, to be fair, Big Hind. She's just an agent. So it's Agent Woman. Let's see. Antoine, today I got my personal record of missed rank up 5 in a row and 4 were against toxic. That's brutal. Like it's hard when you're trying to level up. I mean, obviously we're all trying to. If you're playing on the ladder, you're trying to level up. But if you're like on the cusp, you're trying to get into. You're almost at legend or you're almost at thief. Really getting into legend. Like every loss hurts. And when it's something like Invade or something like an Alduin loop or something where it's just cheese, like at the very least it's cheese, you're like, it hurts even more. And then if you've got, in this case, 4 of them that are some kind of variation of a toxic or bummer deck, it's just, it sucks the joy out of your life. So I'm sorry, Antoine, that is... you're a better man than I for continuing to try. Although, again, I see just even that Orc 5/4 card. I'm like, you know what? I want to play. Between that and the Blood Dragon, I'm like, I want to play a mono red, like a really good mono red, or a hybrid, but mostly red. I don't know why I get these red. I start seeing red. Who knows? Maybe I'll try it. I think we're better off if I stick to spectating, but I might venture into that. We'll see. Antoine, I'm feeling exhausted today, so I will not play anymore. Okay, fair enough. There we go. So yeah, this is why I need to catch up with chat, because the things that I say are quickly addressed shortly thereafter. Big Hind, actually, it was really good. Italian-American pizza place next to historic U.S. base. Interesting. I actually did have a friend who I believe he was in the Air Force, and he was actually, I found him because he has a very unique last name, Klingenpeel. That is, I mean, he's the only Klingenpeel I've ever heard of. But anyway, I reached out to him back when I was on Facebook. And I was like, you know what? If he's on Facebook, there's no way I'm going to find, like, because sometimes, especially, like, I knew him when I was like 5 or 6 years old. Like, we played together, and it was good childhood times, and we traded Atari games. That tells you how far back we go. But anyway, just like, just on a whim, just let me see, what's going on. And come to find out, he was actually living in Germany on an Air Force base at the time. So yeah, I guess he was in the Air Force. And he's the one who first let me know. It was like, most people here speak better English than they do in the States. I was like, oh, cool. So interesting. But so all that to say, Big Hind, I'm calling your bluff. I'm going to contact my chum, on the Air Force base, and verify that they actually sell something that atrocious. Especially in a form, I mean, really, you don't want to be a stench to the country you're in. Why on earth would you try to sell pineapple pizza with garlic? Like, that's just bad PR right there. Baldric, Pingu is a claymation stop-motion children cartoon. I don't know about its status in the US, but in Europe it was quite common on TV. So what country was it out of? Because if it was in England, well, I don't know. I mean, you gave us Teletubbies, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're out of the UK. So it's not that we're ever averse to importing different type of entertainment. And hey, trust me, I am not besmirching other countries and entertainment. Ours has been a cesspool and seething pit of nastiness for a very long time. A lot of good stuff comes out of it, but there's been a lot of crap, a lot of seepage that has gotten spread around the world coming out of Hollywood, unfortunately. So that is not coming from a place of, oh, our stuff is good. It's just Teletubbies. some things I don't like, but I get the appeal. Or I should say they don't resonate with me, but I get the appeal. And especially, you know, if I'm not the target audience, I'm not a kid. I can understand it not resonating. But Teletubbies, man, I just never got those. Like, they creep me the heck out. Like, I don't know how a child like doesn't just have nightmares about that stuff. And they're just weird. Anyway. But good to know that. So if anybody ever brings up Pingu, I can be like, oh, I get that reference. I need to get that clip from I think it's Avengers, Captain America. He's like, I understand that reference. I need to get that clipped because I feel like I say that a lot. Shouldn't go further in the past though. My conference is Pacific time. Brutal time difference. I've already passed out twice and it's all weekend. Oh my gosh, Denise, that is horrible. Wow. Yeah, that's brutal. So you're, yeah. Oh gosh. So Pacific time is 2 hours behind me. Right? So yeah, so it's 1:30 now in California. Yeah, so wow, that is ugly. That is ugly. I'm sorry to hear that, but these type of things build character. So lots of character for Denise this weekend. Baldric, I think it lasts for almost 20 years, German production. Okay, that well, not that makes sense. It makes sense in that I haven't heard of it because if it came out of Germany, the only things I have seen, Run Lola Run, Das Boot. And I mean, I remember Antoine, Antoine, yeah, I think you were mentioning, even though you're not from Germany, you had mentioned a few German productions as well. But those are the only two that I remember seeing that were of German origin. And Run Lola Run, I got into just because I wanted to find more on the gal who played, okay, I'm blanking on her name now, but she was in the Born Identity and Born Supremacy, the actress. I was like, oh, she's pretty good. Let me see what else she's in. And so she was in Run Lola Run. I watched it and I was like, cool. True story. Let's see. Honey, English is the number... Big Hein. Honey, English is the number one foreign English. Unless you meet elder folks from East Germany. In that case, get ready for some Russian. No kidding. Really? Russian in Germany? Wow.
This might be.
I mean, I figure it is. And mostly for reasons of practicality, like commerce and everything. It's like, I mean, it just... I'm not going to explore on that any much more. But I mean, like, I understand why, or I understand that that's the case, but it still is a gratifying thing because I took 5 years of Spanish and it was like grueling. I mean, I got the vocabulary part down, but as soon as we started getting into verb conjugations and some of the more finer points, things that I struggle with in English, I was like, man, this is ball. I was like, I was just done after Spanish 5. So I mean, if you really slowly speak, I can pick up a lot of stuff and I can offer up a few words to convey what I need to convey for the most part. Although why we freaking learned about bibliotecas, never ever going to be a time in my life where I need to say, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Never going to need to know that. But by gum, that was lesson 1. You know, or even like, where's the library? What was the libreria, I think? Or maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while. But like it was just like typical school. You learn a bunch of stuff that has actually no application. I actually learned my first phrase that I learned in the technical one I learned was never lie, but I didn't know that that's what it said. There was a record I used to listen to. It was Sir Oliver song. It was the 10 Commandments, where each commandment was done and it was sung in a different language, but it wasn't like thou shalt not murder. It's like value life was one of them. And that was actually German. What did it say? I can't remember what the phrase. Dankeschön. Oh, thank you, my Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Thank you, my king. That life is so wunderschön, I think, or wunderkind, or whatever. But essentially, like, life is wonderful. Life is good. But then there was don't lie, and that was in Spanish, and it was something habla. siempre
My fight is
la verdad, or the word for, speak the truth. I can't remember what that word is, which is always tell the truth. But I didn't know that's what it translated as. I just knew something la verdad, and anyway, really good stuff. I mean, but my first real, like, where I knew what it meant, there was a radio show called Adventures in Odyssey, and our intrepid band goes over. They end up in Spain, and one of the characters needs to ask where the bathroom is, and so he's like, "Donde está el baño?" I was like, "Oh, so that means where's the bathroom?" And the guy's like, "El baño está aquí." He's like, "No, aquí. I don't need a key. I need el baño." He's like, "Sí, el baño está aquí, aquí." And he's like, "Oh, this is not going well." So I learned I need a bathroom, and later on that aquí means here, and hilarity ensued. Anyway, that was the first thing I actually learned, and that was far more educational, far more relevant to what I would need to say than where's the freaking bibliothèque. I don't even remember. Some bibliothèque is some ridiculous. It's like a dance club or I don't know, something from the 70s. Anyway, sorry, I got way off on that tangent. Here we go. Actually, Chancellor Merkel and Condi Rice spoke to Putin in Russian. No kidding. Interesting. Russian just seems like, I mean, I would love to learn languages. I would love to. It's just, I've got an old brain, and I struggle with language in general. I can write English very well.
time to split some
Yes.
skulls.
But I can't tell you why I read it well. I can't tell you what rules I'm following. I just naturally follow them. That's just how my brain works. Whereas math is foreign to me. Even if you explain it for 300 years, I will still not understand math. So that's the balance. I suck at math, and I'm pretty darn good with English. But I can't tell you why. So I suck at grammar in every language, but particularly a foreign language where, it's foreign. But Russian, I thought, and it looks cool. Like, Russian's one of the few that it doesn't look like. I learned Spanish is like, aside from like a tilde and a few other little things in the double L's, it's the words are foreign, but the letters are not. Whereas Russia, it looks like an alien hieroglyphs or something. It's completely different. Let's see.
They're in my sights.
IT and medical expertise is duolingual. Very true. Well, and they both. Well, I don't know about IT. I know medical. A lot of it is Latin based. A lot of the words that we use are Latin based. Big Hunt, as I work in the legal area, English is only a thing in European law. Okay. Yeah, English is rarely un-English. Yeah. It is. And it looks like, yeah. Real English. Oh, of course you would say that, Io. You're in Canada. You don't speak English either. Well, actually you do. You speak better English than the Brits do. That's for sure. More of your words make sense. Or have, like if I were to say, what's a boot? You'd probably say something that you wear on your feet. Whereas if I were to ask Denise, what's a boot? She would say it's what we call the trunk of a car. The posterior of a car, the back compartment of a car, right? I think. And something, just fish and chips. For the longest time, I thought fish and chips was fish and potato chips. Only to find out that chips are actually crisps in the UK, and chips are actually potato or French fries. But they can't call them French fries because darn the French, right? So I'm sure that's not why, but it wasn't lost on me that they don't have something called, as far as I know, that in the UK they don't call anything a French fry. There is no such thing. It's a chip. But it's just weird. I mean, there is no right or wrong, obviously, but from a certain point of view, things make more sense. But yeah, so Io, yeah, you're all right there. You're all right there in Canada speak. Baldrick says, my mother was a generation that didn't learn English, but German as a second language and Russia as a third. Holy cow. But since the 90s and probably the 80s, English became the main second language. That's fascinating. But I mean, and you would think, I mean, for the most part, those seem like they would make more sense to learn because if I'm not mistaken, Baldric, I'm trying to remember, did you say Balkans, right? If I remember correctly? Like, and I don't know geography, so I could be shooting a blank here, but in general, I think like, I mean, more of your neighbors are likely, more of the people that you interact with are more likely to be German or Russian than they are English for the most part. So like, I think that makes total sense. I'm really wondering what the push was like for the common person, for somebody who's not like an interpreter, not going to go abroad necessarily, like what the impetus was to learn English. Like, I mean, maybe it was just preparing. I mean, I'm not decrying it. I think it's a great thing, but it's like, what was the need for it? Like, you know, especially back in the 80s and 90s, I don't think this kind of exchange was on the horizon. Like nobody was thinking, hey, we're going to be communicating extensively without actually even going to these countries, so we're going to need to learn these different languages. Like that wasn't a thing. So was it literally for media? Was it you know, again, was it pure commerce? Was it like, hey, if you want to, you know, do business, you're probably going to be talking to an American at some point, and it's going to behoove you to know that language so that you're you know, so you're not getting screwed or something because of you know, just you don't quite get the vocabulary. And I dare say, Schward, you do speak Yiddish, so you speak ancient German and you don't know it. Well, thank you, Big Hein. I guess that's very good. I mean, to be fair, English is such a hodgepodge, or American English anyway, is such a hodgepodge of so many different languages. I mean, rendezvous, that's French. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of our language comes from French. A lot of our language comes from many different things. So it's always fascinating to learn. Like I never thought about Yiddish or ancient German, but I mean, yeah, our language, as far as I know, it's borrowed almost entirely from bits and pieces of other languages and different places. Primarily English, but there's a lot of other influences in there, which is cool. And yeah, but it's nice to know that I'm speaking another tongue that resonates with somebody else who's more familiar with those words. Yeah, I think that was a comma, but I needed to be a period there, so I do apologize for the inflection. Baldric, your mother originated from there's a storm. Denise, good luck with the conference. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how she does it either. She is very tenacious, though. Ooh, that stings. Io's in good shape, though. I mean, there's really not anything great from him to Marak, but he does have a nice premium version of that. Belly G is definitely going to be a
clash for the ages.
Oh, either way, I guess. And actually, that's even better, just because it does. It's not a top deck, so kudos to Io. Could have gone either way with it. Pretty much the same stuff would have happened, but at least that says to his opponent, hey, I had this card in my hand already. You didn't lose to a top deck. If his opponent cared. A lot of people don't care. They lose, they don't care why they lose. They just are like, all right, well, that sucked. Better luck next time. Doopy-doopy-doo. K Fluffy! What in the world? K Fluffy! K Fluffy! K Fluffy's here! He's alive! He's alive! He's playing the game! Look at him go! Hello, K Fluffy! Legendary player. Have not seen him in months. Probably darn near a year. Fabulous. And look at that. He's got 4 people spectating. He's a popular fellow. Let's see here. She's a robot, that's how. Not confirmed, Ugnip. Not confirmed, but quite possibly. As I think I was saying, she's very, very tenacious. She's got a very good perseverance, propensity for perseverance.
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Let's see. Love that view, Schwar. There are actually multiple Americas to experience. I think I see what you mean there, Big Hein. Like, yeah, I mean, and you think it's 350 million people. Now, granted, a lot of them are children, or a section of them are children, so it's not a full 350 million, but at least 200 million people, I'm going to say. You know, and so it's really hard to be like, oh, Americans think this. And I mean, there's huge populations in other countries as well. And it's like, what are the odds that, the media or anything really has the pulse on what's actually going on. Singleton Guildsworn for IO. Okay, so heck yeah. But it wasn't Unite, was it, IO? That's if it's not Singleton Guildsworn Unite, then what is it really? You need to be doing you need to be doing Unite if you want to beat Inu if he shows up again. He's a very dangerous player. Unstoppable, as we saw last week. Beep beep bop, says Io. Are you referring to the IT language, or is that time to make Singleton Unite? There, exactly, Io, exactly. Yes, make Singleton Unite. Now, granted, I made it look really easy to get Unite on a Singleton. I mean, it's my natural charisma and savvy when it comes to this game, but it doesn't mean you can't do it too. It just means it may take you a little while. Croatia. Okay, that's where your mom's from. I'd asked you where you're from again, but your mother's from Croatia. Okay. Still have contact with folks there? And Denise says the conference is not for work, so now we know it's not so much perseverance as it's, we call that masochist. That is, I do this for fun because it hurts so good. That is what we're dealing with here with Denise and her Pacific time conferencing. Crazy. Let's see. The gingerbread reference is because Big Hein likes to torture me with pictures of Bavarian gingerbread. Oh, that sounds good. I mean, not the torture part, obviously. Although of masochistic tendencies, I guess, you might like to be tortured with that as well. I don't know. While you're up at 2 a.m. for a conference out of California, I'm guessing?
I will taste blood.
Does it look good or like trash?
Nice try.
And Big Hein is being a rascal. I told Baldric would be first on stream. I brought it as competitive streak. See, there's many different ways to compete in Tessel. There's many different... This game has no limits on how you can find ways to compete. So we just witnessed here who was going to be first in chat today. And while Baldric had called a shot and felt very confident of his abilities to be first, Big Hein rose to the challenge by about 45 minutes and thwarted Baldric, who hopefully will rally. Baldric, you just need to show up at 3 hours early next time. That's the most important thing. Getting here early is the most important thing. Tell it work. Look, I'm sorry, I've got things to do. Friends, family, not as important as getting to chat first. And there's no excuse for it. I mean, I post it usually the day before, so you can jump into chat even as early as Thursday. I think that's how it works. Maybe it only lets you chat within like an hour or two of the actual broadcast starting. But let's see. Superhero Denise runs on gingerbread cookies to attend conferences and streams at the same time. Exactly, yes. Actually, I just opened the side. Okay, referring to... I missed the reference. Antoine, I still need to try your pizza recipe. I can understand, sorry. By the way, I'll write my recipe here. Which Air Force Base? I work in Ansbach? There's a European helicopter hub in Germany. Oh, interesting. Meaning manufacturer? Like a helicopter manufacturing hub, or like a travel? I guess that's true. I've never noticed that before. That I've never seen a helicopter fly out of an airport. Maybe they're in different. Oh no! Oh no! What just happened to K Fluffy? He just got decked. I've never seen it. Usually that happens and you've got like a rune left or something, but he just got decked. Wow. I don't usually do this, but I don't get to see him very often, so I'm just going to say, hey, great to see you again. Just kidding. K Fluffy has fled the scene, and maybe that's what happened. Maybe he had to go anyway. There you go. Singleton Unite. Make it happen, Io. Is he playing with it now? No, he's probably still making it. Who else do we see? Yum Yum. Underneath Vincenzo, who is gone but not forgotten. We will see you again soon, my friend. Oh, good gravy. This is, what does that say? One of tier tube? One of tier tube? I don't know what. Yum Yum's still alive on board. Can he stay there?
Well fought.
Nope. Wow. Wow. 2 cards in hand, and one of them was the exact answer. Gotta love getting kicked in the teeth like that. All right, Broda. Serve us something good. Let's see. So honestly, Big Hind, I'm not sure, and I was kind of bluffing anyway. Like I said, I'm not on Facebook anymore, so I don't have a way to contact him. We didn't exchange numbers or anything. It was just we had a conversation a few times back and forth, probably about 2 or 3 minutes worth if we spoke it out. So not a huge thing, but I don't remember which Air Force base. I don't even know that he told me, because usually when I'm talking with people, I try not to. Like, I purposely don't ask anything like specific location, like all countries, sure, but just as a safety thing, just so that the person doesn't feel kind of like they're being exposed or anything. So I don't think I pushed any further. Once he told me he was in Germany on an Air Force base, I was like, okay, that's all I need to know. But yeah, sorry, I don't know, but I will try to remember Ansbach. Ansbach? So ridiculous. Did that twice. Yeah, Junga, that name sounds familiar. And oh, nice. Nice, Broda. Wow. Denise, I know, says she can, she is rarely stymied by Elid Guardians. I myself remember being shut down by them quite a few such absolute tribby tripe.
I will keep Sotha Sill's people alive.
Oh, if only that had charge. It's too many cards for Junga. I mean, he's burned through 2 new eras already and 2 sets of Guardians, so here's hoping he doesn't have another set, but I wouldn't put it past him.
The waters of life.
I swear, I bet the Tree Minder's a smoker. He sounds like a smoker, doesn't he? The waters of life. and the tobacco of death. Denise, I need to do a tour of Europe just to sample all the desserts. Norway has licorice ice cream. Germany has Bavarian gingerbread. I'm down with the gingerbread. I'm not entirely sure I could dig on licorice ice cream. I do like ice cream, but I don't know about licorice. Traditionally not my jam. The assassins, you get them, Black Dragon, you get them good, yeah, assassins. Razzle dazzle assassins. But that does sound, Denise, a dessert tour would be amazing. That sounds fantastic, actually.
A little distraction might prove
Pizza Americana, Hiroshima Plaza, Nuremberg, next to the now Federal Office for Asylum and Migration. Interesting. Very specific. All right. I'm going to take your word for it, Big Hind. I'm going to pretend that you are in fact on the up and up, and you're not messing with me. But
Speak, citizen.
oh, crapola. Ooh. You need to do the what? What was that? You need to do a voice of character with your Black Dragon. I don't know if that would get old really quick.
So many persons.
Oh.
So little time.
I could totally do it. I don't know. I can't do it without the word assassin. Assassin. How do you do it like that? I don't know. No. Anyway, that's the cruel fate. When I try, I fail. If I don't try, if it just happens, it usually comes out really well. So it makes like trying to do anything that's not improv and not absolutely scripted a debacle. It's a travesty. First world travesty, but a travesty nonetheless. Let's see. Last event, I was almost with Ugnip's support all the time. I decided to play last 3 hours and I was able to do all 3 rounds. It was super fun, and I want to thank Ugnip once again for spectating me. Oh, fantastic, Antoine and Ugnip, a dynamic duo there, and that's good. I remember I've had Joe and Denise both as support at different points playing tournaments or ladder climbs, and it does help. I mean, it does suck a little bit for me because when I get salty, like I sound like a crybaby, and I'm not really thinking, like trying to mitigate that. So I'll say something and oh no, razzle my dazzle. He's gonna give him a card. He's gonna give him a card. No, he's not. Oh, well, I mean, at least it wasn't lethal. Bro didn't have lethal on that play. Ugh. Come on, man. Close this puppy out. We know we got 1 card. He's going to have a curse. He's going to get 2 curses. Ooh. Edict, of course. Just edict. But yeah, no, that is good to have a wingman that can commiserate, if nothing else.
I smell the
We need a Tesla party where everyone brings their favorite dessert. I mean, I don't know if, ice cream as a whole. I ain't gonna be licorice, but probably ice cream would be my favorite.
This one won.
Probably isn't gonna keep on the flight over though. It would just be cream. Which would be a bit of a bummer, but you could use your imagination. Ooh, Mana Marco, I think. If you could kill Razumdazum. Can you kill him with curse? You can't kill him with a curse. Ooh, it's going to be close. Well, no, because now he's going to take 2 points from her. So Razum wouldn't be lethal anyway. Ulfric's Uprising doesn't have enough magicka for that and Mana Marco. Otherwise, that would be pretty dope. Alright, sweet roll, not a problem.
You trusted me.
Alright, man. What are you grabbing here? Seems like he knows. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense, right?
I do not fear.
Which, I mean, that's another problem with this. Like, we've done it with a Slaughterfish spawning ground. You know, because it's an action, not a defense, I guess. But, like, that's, I think, a problem with the LA Guardians. Another one that you can summon 1 and you summon 2. Like, you're not, it counts as 1 card. Like if you do, I've done it before. If I try to resurrect a Slaughterfish, whatever, spawning, I only get the 1. I don't get both of them. And I get that it's an action, but there should not be, I don't think they should be linked like that, where you should be able to bring 1 back. Now, I'm grateful. I mean, for Broda's sake, I'm glad he was able to get 1. But the fact that they constantly spawn 2, I think that's ridiculous. Let's see. Das Boot is a masterpiece. Really love it. It really is. It really is big behind it. And I mean, it's one of those ones, like I always was enamored with submarines as a kid. But that was one that I really feel like made it very, crapola. Ulfric's Uprising. Oh, but Junga has Ulfric's Uprising. He can't play it though. So he can do Ulfric's Uprising. He can.
Meet your doom.
Ooh. All right. But yeah, that's it. I love Das Boot as well, but it's very gritty. You know, it doesn't make it like, oh, I wish I could have been on a submarine. Like, it makes it very clear being a submariner, especially at that particular time of the war, sucked. Sucked.
This should help.
There we go. And that's game right there. Silence. Silencio, por favor. Bam. Nicely done, brother. We will give you a good GG for that. That was well fought. Well fought. I mean, granted, was wielding the Guardians as well, but in a contest like that, I still say, where'd he go? I still say, where'd he go? All right, Yum Yum. All right, well, we would have given him a congratulations, but I couldn't find him there. Okay. Surprise, surprise! You never know what you're going to get when you queue into a game these days. Ooh, Edmorn, battling an event. Let's take a look at Machiavelli. Against Steel Dancer. But steel being like yoink instead of the metal. Which is...
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
What's that word that Doofus likes to use? Subversive, there we go. Subverting your expectations!
The best protection money can buy.
Ugnip also tortured me with pictures of licorice ice cream. I was so jealous. UK needs that. I don't know, Denise. Have you tried it yet? I don't know that it... I mean, was it black too? Like, I mean... God, just, ooh. I like strawberry licorice, like Twizzlers, and then there's like a certain kind of licorice where it's a certain brand. It looks like a minigun if you look at the front of it, like a barrel of a minigun. But really, it's really good, but it's a strawberry version of it. I don't know if that's true licorice or if that's some kind of derivative, but I dig on that. But pure licorice, like those are the black jelly beans. Those are the ones that like I just got rid of. Like those and the yellows. Like lemon jelly beans and licorice jelly beans, no bueno. So I just don't know about the ice cream. I'd try it. It's not like pineapple on pizza where it doesn't belong. I mean, at this point, I mean, ice cream's kind of the... Oh, what was the word we used last time to say not discerning? It was something lover. Kitsch lover. Ice cream is the kitsch lover of food, where it's like any flavor can be ice cream. They have pickle ice cream, for crying out loud. Like there's no standard of quality when it gets, like, if you can freeze it and cream it, you can make it ice cream. So, and anything goes. Franca Potente, that's her name. Yes. Run Lola Run. Yep, exactly. Yep. Thank you. Franca Potente, I guess, maybe. But that's it. I remembered Franca. Pizza all hummus. Why? This Tesla, I would say is not half Tesla. Let's say it's I think this stream breaks down to 4 to 5% Tesla, 65% food, 10% Star Wars, 5% Lord of the Rings, and whatever the rest of the percentage is of miscellaneous other. Which is great. It's great. Oh wow, and we have a full recipe here. Okay, so maybe it's 75% food and cooking here. We actually have an outright recipe. So apologies, I do post these on in Rumble as well, just for anybody. So I do apologize. You are missing out on quite a bit in the chat. There is a lot of good stuff going here, including full out on recipes. So if you want to take a look, check out YouTube, and you can see the archive chat, and you will get an education the likes of which you have never seen. It looks gorgeous, like green and purple. Antoine, did I hallucinate? You said pizza and hummus? Sleep deprivation is getting to me. Okay, how out of all the ridiculous combinations of things, including one that you suggested, which is licorice ice cream, how is pizza and hummus strike you as hallucination? That's just par for the course today. It's basically a white pizza like focaccia in Italian. We used to do a focaccia bread macaroni grill. I waited tables there for a very short amount of time before I realized I sucked at waiting tables. And it was always focaccia bread with olive oil and crushed pepper and cheese if they wanted it. It was very good bread. Without tomato. Yummy. Drooling here. Yes. Yeah, we do make people hungry. That is for sure. Bring together Italian, Mediterranean, and Arabic cuisine.
Of the three,
Hey, if it works, it works.
my magnificent monster.
In your early videos, you use a lot of Yiddish words. I wonder if you might be from Jewish descent. You know, it's funny, Big Hein. Not. I mean, I would say my pinky. I don't know if it's this one or this one. One of these two has some. So I have a great, maybe one more great. It was my grandmother's grandfather, Lukash, which sounds Jewish. I believe she said he was Jewish, and she said I look like him. So I think there is some Jewish in my history, but not like my grandparents weren't. Like it wasn't like a part of like a cultural thing or anything like that. But apparently in my bloodline, within the past 100 years, there was a Jewish. So there is some Yiddish perhaps, or Jewish. I'm not sure what the distinction is there. But yeah, it could very well be. If it works, it works, like pineapple on pizza. Right. That's the thing. If it works, it works. Pineapple on pizza doesn't work. So it doesn't work. That's the other side of that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Pineapple on pizza just doesn't work. It fails. It falls flat on its face. Every single time it tries to go out the door, it's like, I am pineapple on pizza. I exist. Plump. Face plant. And then somebody like I will come over and let me peel you off the ground, you disgusting, dirty thing, and put you in my mouth. And it's like, oh, thank you for validating me. This is why humanity is on a trajectory that I don't know that any of us are particularly keen on, but nobody wants to address the elephant in the room, and it's a pineapple-sized elephant, or it's an elephant-sized pineapple on a licorice-sized pizza. Honey Badger, hail friends, I'm late, but I'm here. Both of those things are true, Honey Badger. You are indeed late, but you are also here. And so, hello, I greet you. Sorry, I was going to respond to your, I gave you an icon reply, you know, the heart with fire thing, to say, appreciate the comment. You never need to apologize or explain to me, or explain, not being around. It's always interesting to hear what people have going on in their lives. Like I love hearing, it's like, hey, I wasn't able to be there, but here's what I was doing. It's not like reporting. It's just like, oh, that's cool. Like, because people do some.
That was fought well.
So Steel Dancer, being very cordial. Ed Morn, being very lethal. It's a nice combination. But yeah, welcome, Honey Badger. Good to see you again. Missed you last week. But like I said, you always have very interesting things. You and who's the gentleman on the boat? Oh man, I feel bad now. I'm missing the name. It's slipping me right now. Boo. He's not playing now. I'll know when I see it. But yeah, we've got one person that's on a boat, and so half the time when we're not, if they're not. All right, so let's see if IO has in fact constructed a Unite Guildsworn Singleton deck. So we know this is a Singleton deck, at least as long as he's working with the previous version. I like this version of Emulating Blast, first of all, because Emulating Blast, like the original card is like a wagon wheel, a wagon and a wagon wheel, and while I guess that's kind of a thing, it's like, without the human component there, I couldn't care less. It's like, okay, you massacred a bunch of carts. Who cares? This is very personal. And so you see the immolating, you see the fire behind. I think if it wasn't a premium, it wouldn't work as well. But as it is now, it seems like, although the guy, it's interesting. So I would call this a missed opportunity. You see, it looks like, at a glance, you look at it, looks like the guy got shot with an arrow. The arrow's not sticking out, but you see a guy next to him has an arrow in him, and you see that he has what looks like an arrow hole in his chest. But if it's an Immolating Blast that did him in, he should be charbroiled. And we don't need to see the face, but the armor should be blackened like it has. Now, I don't know if that's actually like how it would happen. Like if you got caught in an Immolating Blast I'm guessing it would melt your armor, probably more than likely, depending on how hot it was. But if nothing else, you would think you'd have like blast streaks or something like, and even if it's not really, that's not how it would, work out physically. I think it would be better if it's Immolating Blast. It should look like he was felled by a blast of an immolating persuasion versus clearly having what looks like an arrow wound and nothing else. but it's a good looking card, and it brings a human element into it. So I'm a bigger fan of that than the wagon wheel we get to see in the other Immolating Blast, which is why I never run that card. It just looks ridiculous. K Fluffy went from rank 12 to legend in 2 days when he returned last season. Yeah, that's the charmed life that folks like K Fluffy have. It's, but the good news is guys like K Fluffy are really, they're great guys. So I don't begrudge them their swift ascension, but it boggles my mind that I will struggle to go from rank 5 to legend by the time a month ends, playing probably even more than K Fluffy in terms of my time. And yet he just glides into, he's like, I'm back, y'all. I'm back in legend. Good to be here. Sorry I was away for 16 years, but I just picked the game back up and did it again. But we all have our crosses to bear. We all have our things that we excel in, and at least one of K Fluffy's is most decidedly playing Tessel. It hurts so right. Exactly. Yes, that is. I don't remember where I first heard that phrase, but I was like, where it hurts so right or hurts so good. It's like, yeah, it's strangely, there are definitely places or situations where that kind of phrasing applies. Baldric says, yes, our history is tightly connected to Austria. When she was born, WW2 was, I don't know why I said it like that. World War II was still in full swing, and after the war, the Eastern Bloc was just at the border. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy because, we had the Civil War here, but it didn't really affect, my understanding, it didn't affect borders. It didn't, the impact of it was certainly felt by that generation, and the ramifications and implications of it kind of trickled over. But it's not like, in European countries where you have centuries, of warfare and changing of borders and allegiances. I mean, your neighbors. It's also like where we have states, you have completely different countries. So like for me, going from Texas to Virginia, it's just a different state. It's in the U.S. and yeah, there's going to be a little bit of differences between some of the laws and whatever there. But if I'm just going to visit, no big deal. But you guys traveling that same distance, most of you, unless you're like at smack dab in the middle of Russia or something, you're probably in a whole other country traveling that same amount of time. So it's crazy. And I think, yeah, it's cool. And the amount of history that's there, like we have history too, but a lot of it was Native American, or what we call Native American. And there's not a lot, there's not a lot left of it. And again, it wasn't like they weren't building castles, largely nomadic, or if they weren't, they were living in essentially biodegradable homes or homes that could be, picked up and moved or what have you. So we don't have a lot of like legacy things here. So it's interesting, when you hear about like there, hey, World War II. Oh no, wait. Okay. You were talking about your grandmother from Croatia. She was born in World War II, still in full swing. And that's a crazy thing too. Well, I guess in full swing, that would mean that it's already going. But imagine, I don't know. It's just an interesting thing, like timing wise, like welcoming a baby into the world, month 1 or 2, you find out you're pregnant. And then within 5 months, war breaks out and you've got bombs going off, and more likely your husband is, out with a very high likelihood of never coming back. But it's interesting if the war is in full swing, like it's 1930, 1940, 1941, I guess, was it 40, 41? 38, Hitler was Times Man of the Year. So we know that he hadn't quite done everything yet. He was responsible for, essentially, I think they were saying breathing life into the economy or some crap, which is why anytime Time does Man of the Year, because they're very big on going, oh well, yeah, we Hitler was our Man of the Year in 38 or 37, but we weren't saying he was a good person. We were just saying he did, he had an impact or whatever. So I'm like, yeah. So anytime you have a Man or Woman of the Year from Time after that, you're in great company, folks. Like, hey, that just means you're not a good person. It just means, hey, you had an impact of some kind. But but they try to make it like a big deal. Oh, so and so made it onto the cover of was declared Times Man of the Year. I'm like, yeah, look who you're surrounded by. These are other people that time also thought was worth mentioning, and you know, one of the bigger monsters in history. But anywho, but like there would be like we'd be in the middle of a war, and there's still, you know, people are still being born. Life still finds a way. Life is still going on despite the rampant carnage. It's just an interesting thing to consider. After 1948, our own beloved dictator Tito broke his bromance with Stalin. I love the phrasing. Our own beloved dictator Tito broke his bromance with Stalin. I'm sure that's what he said too. He was like, dude, Stalin, bro, not gonna work anymore. Tito, really? Isn't? Oh, why do I know the name? Is that Tito? He's not like. Was he the Lone Ranger sidekick? But anyway, broke his bromance. And this country slowly also liberalized. Russian was not that popular anymore, and all until 80s German and English became second languages. On the coast, it was mostly Italian instead of German, though. Okay, so Axis type overlap, but then with Russia, which I don't know, was it's a very strange thing, and I have come to recognize that even as the history as it exists now is being written in a way that doesn't necessarily resonate with reality. See, Orpho's in a tough spot here because he does not have any lethal stuff. There's no lethal in those colors, and that is really the only way you're going to get.
My friend would
And
like
no
to
silence. So yeah, if you don't run endurance and an iron astronaut comes down, or I'm sorry, endurance or agility, you are more or less screwed. More or less. You can be shackled, although not in these colors either.
So many beautiful things for potions.
But yeah, look at K Fluffy, 2 iron astronauts, double the astronaut fun. Orpho probably doesn't think so, but yeah, again, but seeing that history is not even accurate as it's happening here in reality, or in my present time, I am very skeptical of history as it's written in general. Doesn't mean that I don't find it fascinating or I don't want to hear about it. It's just like I question what I've learned, and so I don't want to I'm about to say something. I'm like, you know what? That may not actually be accurate because I learned it in American. I think every country suffers with that to some degree. But yeah, I learned it in a textbook, so it's not it's marginally better than. GG. Good to see ya mixing it up here with us again, Maestro. I wanted to get that out before if he were to vanish again. Let's see. Ed Morn, let's do another one. Let's see. Denise, to be fair, I did not realize the conference was specific time. Serves me right for not paying attention. Oh, okay. So that does thicken the plot a little bit. That's not quite so masochistic. That's just one of the same thing. Well, not quite the same thing. So here's a fun fact. I might have mentioned this before. I do apologize, but I found out here in Texas they don't like to service motorcycles older than 10, and some of them will go as much as 12 years old. My baby is from 2007, so she is ancient, and apparently that is in fact a Houston thing. Because when I got the shop that actually was willing to do it, I said, yeah, they told me that like many people don't. He said, welcome to Houston. I'm like, are you freaking serious? Like, who makes that policy? A motorcycle's a freaking motorcycle. But when I was told, oh, there is a shop that does do works on older motorcycles, I was like, great, give me the name. They said, okay, yeah, it's in Houston. I'm like, okay, I'm in the Houston area, so I'm assuming 15, 20 minutes away. And it wasn't until the next day when I was supposed to be there when they opened, and I think I'm going to have a 20-minute ride on my hands. They're an hour and some change away. And it's like, oh, well, I guess I probably should have looked into that before I made my appointment. But again, that was a one and done thing. 40-minute difference between what I was expecting and what it ended up being. Denise is dealing with an entire weekend of an 8-hour swing in time, a 7-hour. I mean, 8 hour. Yeah, that's much more severe. But since you're not actually there, you can totally pass out, right? That's still so freaking brutal. Oh my gosh. Like it's going to end in the morning, like when you should be getting up. Oh, that's harsh. Bromington, greetings and hail, good sir.
The elements are mine to control.
I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna catch up. Damn Guardians, exactly right. Bromington, your channel came up on my feed, so I subbed right away. Oh, awesome! Awesome. I will check out. Might have already. I have to look. It's been a while. Licorice is an acquired taste. I hate it personally, but the more north you go in Europe, people seem to love it more and more. That's a good way of thinking about it. We have an Ugnip, we love it, and Baldric, and you can keep it. Baldric, my man. We will for sure. No one else likes it besides the knees and us in the northern lands. Oh, and Pingu. Well, that could be why Pingu hasn't quite gained popularity here. He has very peculiar tastes. But I mean, it's interesting. It's not good or bad. Like I will not. My whether or not I like something is not going to change based on whether it's popular or not. But it is interesting to know. Okay, like for me, cilantro. Can't stand it. Just absolutely disgust it. Even though everybody in my family likes it, pretty much. Like everybody I know seems to at least not mind it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, people like me who don't like cilantro are in an incredibly small minority. Again, it doesn't change anything. It's just interesting to know. More than likely, my taste is not aligned with, in that particular aspect, is not aligned with the vast majority of the human experience. Whereas, like licorice, it sounds like, at least from this very, very anecdotal exchange that I'm pulling from, that perhaps it is a smaller percentage of the world's population that actually enjoys licorice, and there are far more of us who don't. Again, it doesn't make it right or wrong, good or bad. It just means that's the way it is. And so I can safely say, without judgment or cruelty in my heart, y'all are weird. Just like pineapple pizza, y'all are weird. You're a minority. I guarantee you, the vast majority of the civilized world looks at pineapple on pizza at the very least as it's kind of like flat Earth. It's kind of the same thing. It's like, which one's crazier? Maybe flat Earth, a little bit more. But on the whole, it's a tight contest because both are absurd. Brofington, oh, Denny said it's very interesting. I last used it in college and it was mainly for class assignments, but that's being I have been thinking about starting. The channel. Yeah, good. Do it. Absolutely. There's a lot of good things that can be done. If we're talking about channels, like my mom's gonna start one, probably like telling children's stories or doing things. She just has a heart for kids. She was a great mother. She did nanny work for a long time. She still has families that want her to do videos for their kids, wish them happy birthday, and anything, because she just within like 2 years just was. I mean, they were trying to get her to stay. They were going to build extension in their houses and everything. I mean, she's just great. So she's going to start one as well, and just to share what her, thoughts and experiences and her strengths and everything are. So yeah, if you're thinking about it, it's a good, learn a little technology, and you, it kind of gives you, obviously me, I went on a hiatus. It was unofficial, was not expected, and part of it was my own stupidity. No matter how much you do this, folks, you're not immune from forgetting to hit the record button. So I got through. I missed Monday last week, and I was making up for it for Wednesday or Tuesday night. And I got like 40 minutes in and realized I hadn't recorded any audio. So I was just like, I was at that point, bad frame of mind, and it was just too late to start again because I was going to have to, start from scratch, do the video, get it edited, get it out. I was like, it ain't going to happen. So anyway, but in general, it kind of keeps you on a schedule, and it, especially if you're just like, tell yourself, hey, I'm going to release a video once every week. It just gives you something extra to do, and who knows what it could grow into. You never know what's going to catch on, what's going to be popular with folks, what's going to resonate. So you might have an idea, thought, or concept that nobody else is doing, or that other people are doing it, but you have a unique way of doing it, and who knows? You could find people really enjoy what you do. You hear a lot of times about like books that come out that were very, very popular, and it was like, you talk to the author and it's like, I wrote this for my kids, or I wrote this to deal with the death in the family or something. They start off by doing something very personal for them, but it gets circulated and they get enough feedback going, hey, this is actually really, really good. And they then, try it out, do some self-publishing or something, and it catches fire and it becomes very, very popular. So yeah, that's just an encouragement for anybody, really. If you have the inclination, give it a shot. Don't cost you nothing, really. Beewolf, hello. Boy, Beewolf, it has been a while. I mean, Honey Badger missed the last session, which was bad enough. Beewolf, you've been MIA for like 1 billion years, my man. Goodness gracious. But welcome back. How is the Skyrim mod thing going? Have you been able to continue playing that? Have you beat it? Have you made significant progress with it? Let's see. Yeah, Elliot Guardian Party. Yes, that was a. Oh, okay, Fluffy responded. Nice to be back playing, getting beat down by skeevers. Hey, if you're gonna lose to giant friggin' rats. And we'll take a gander. I doubt K Fluffy is losing to rats at the moment, but we will see what he is up to. Fresh game. 5 points in against Invade. So here we go. Let us see K Fluffy dominate with his Sorcerer deck, which is running cards like Icewing Dragon, Servant of Jacques. I'm too lazy to try to spell that out. Doesn't matter. Point is, it's a card that is seen so little that people like me haven't worked out how to pronounce it yet. 65% food seems legit. Good, Ugneb. I'm glad I got the percentage right. Like I said, I think I got boosted at least to 70, but we're pretty close. Let's see. Big Hein, I don't know why you insist about, you keep lying about the truth of pineapple pizza being the peak of being delicious. It's an honorable defeat, K Fluffy says, to lose to Ratoncito Mickey. Well, okay, that's not true. Ratoncito Mickey is Mickey Mouse in Spanish, but Ratoncito Grande. Big ol' rat. Let's see. Being the peak of delicious. I mean, you used all caps. So you, Big Hein, you and Honey Badger must hang out. Because you both use all caps when you get desperate to try to perpetrate your falsehoods and your lies as reality.
Behold,
It's a tell. As soon as I see all caps, I go, oh, this is just completely wrong. And usually that's the case. Especially with garlic. Good gravy. Garlic is good though. It is, Ugnip. Garlic is delicious, but that's what I don't understand, people. Pineapple is delicious. Garlic is delicious. They don't belong on the pizza. Why? Socks. Socks are great. They're not delicious, so this analogy fell apart before I got out the door, but hang on a second. Chocolate. Okay, I know Denise likes chocolate and rosemary and lemon drops or something, but chocolate is delicious. But you put it on a traditional pizza and it's pretty disgusting. So just because something is delicious by itself doesn't mean it should be put onto a pizza. Pizza is not a kitsch lover food. It is not meant to be bastardized and made into some ridiculous mashup of just whatever the heck you want to throw on it. So there needs to be standards when it comes to pizza. So garlic is fabulous. And garlic crust is fine. I don't know that I had a problem with the garlic. It was garlic with pineapple. That's the problem. Garlic and pineapple is no bueno. No bueno. I never apologize. I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. Wait. Okay. That took me a second. It took me a second. I never apologize. I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. Well, that's all right. I think many of us are the same way.
Whatever you want, if the coin is good. We're very unapologetic.
Well, I was about to say sorry, not sorry, but that actually would make sense. So I screwed that up. The actor is Proschnau in Germany is called Der Alte or Kalau for Capitula. What? The actor? Okay, hang on a second, Big Time. Which actor are we talking about? Because we talked about the Franca. That's the only actor I remember referencing. Who is Proschnau? Obviously, it's a male actor. Are we talking about the captain of Das Boot, or are we talking about a different movie that I somehow missed or totally forgot about?
The coin is good.
Big Hein, I am Wolf. Same here. Jew service. Ooh. Beowulf, I live in Seattle. Oh, excuse me. I live in Seattle, born and raised in Hamburg. I love this. I love this.
To the mud we all return.
Yeah. You guys, Beowulf, definitely have the reputation for being the rainiest part of the country. I can't think of another place in the country that has the reputation that you do for rain, and yet sunny. And we've actually had 3 or 4 days overcast and or rainy, which is very bizarre. I was telling somebody, who's lived in Texas for a while. I was like, there's a lot that's kind of caught me by surprise. And one of them is the land that, I showed her pictures. But Denise actually was showing her pictures, and we chat on different platforms, sending a video, and green grass. I've taken pictures or video of areas that you would never know that they're not in any other state in the country, like green forests, green hearts, purple clovers, yellow stars, blue moons, and I'm not talking about Belgian white ales. But yeah, so I always thought sand and cactus. That was Texas. Sand, cactus, and those poncho type things that they wear. The wool, the brown ponchos. Think spaghetti western, that was Texas, and it's like, no. It's kind of like Colorado. It's high desert, I think is what it's called, or it's like dry tundra or something, where it is, but because humans have done the things to it, it's not as arid as it used to be, and even then, it still had some growth. It's not like the Sahara, for crying out loud, is I guess my point. So so I always think of it as dry and whatever, but it's very humid, at least where I'm at. It got much less humid when I went up to visit a friend in Dallas, and it was so much nicer from a humidity standpoint. It was just 4 hours makes a big difference in terms of how humid things are. So here, very, very humid. Anyway, so all that to say, Beowulf, both of our locales are not abiding by their standard, their SOPs. We got rain and overcast here in Texas, and you all in the rainy state have sunshine and some warm weather. Let's see. Nuremberg is nice but different, no? Civil War affected borders. Jesse. Did it really? Did it really? It might have. I'm trying to think. No, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the United States Civil War, I would be very surprised. I don't remember hearing significant border changes. That wasn't what was on the table. There were a lot of things that the Civil War was fought over and for, and none of it was border disputes from what I remember. But that's my recollection. Again, there may have been some stuff in there that I don't recall, but of all the things the Civil War was fought for and fought over, the actual individual states, borders of states, I don't think were in contest. Doesn't mean they weren't ultimately impacted by it, but I would kind of be surprised if they were. But like I said, you learn something new every day. I'm not married to my version of history, but let's see. Traveling to Russia, where am I? Actually, from Hamburg. It is an older, it is inner city, at least on the outside. Never been actually inside of Hamburg. Only drove through. Looks interesting. Certainly worth a visit. I'll do that eventually. Absolutely, yeah. If you're in the neck of the woods. Although again, shoot, I've been here, and Joe's given me the name of a great barbecue place, and I still haven't gone there yet. So it can be hard to get out just for the sake of getting out. But yeah, just Big Hind, if you happen to be going through, cruise on through Hamburg. And, well, you've already done that. Stay a while and listen. Anybody? Ben? Gotta love Invade.
It's only illegal if you get caught.
Doppelganger, Iron Atro. Yeah, that was a spicy meatball from K Fluffy. Probably the first time I've seen a doppelganger on Iron Atro. One of the few times where you just really get a lot of freaking value out of that. And honestly, Iron is probably one of the better ones just because it is so much harder to remove if you don't have lethal. Now, every single time I've ever played an Iron Atronach, I'm always against a deck that has lethal. They always have a freaking serpent or a necromancer to bring back a giant serpent or a viper, within seconds. So I don't have good luck with Iron Atronach, but in theory it's the one, like, Encano is almost always instantly removed because you can do crazy things with him if he sticks. I kind of had built a sorcerer deck. I haven't had a chance to actually do anything with it yet, but where I had Encano, Resurrect or Reanimate, and whatchamacallit, Dark Rebirth. So in theory, if I got lucky, I could just do the Rebirth, what is it called? Dark Rebirth, and you get the 10 points of damage out of them. But if you don't, you do the 5 points, and you on turn 12 you can reanimate, bring him back. He can do his 5 points of damage. He does his 5 points. You have to kill him. Well, expecting him to die. That was the point. Expecting him to get killed immediately. You can bring him back, do another 5 points, and then you Dark Rebirth on it. It's not sexy. It's big. It's small brain play, but it was something I thought was fun because he gets removed so often. Let's see. Denise, let's start a campaign to make Texas service older motorbikes. It's ageist right for old bikes. They are not over the hill. Exactly right, Denise. As if he were here right now, Bodybag would be saying justice for old motorbikes. Agreed. Justice for antique rides. Yes, yes. Cheers to that. Well, could I campaign as a non-citizen? Without getting too political, you absolutely could. Let's see. He had lethal with breakthrough. We can start an online petition. It doesn't matter what part of the world they're from. Those petitions change nothing, but we can try. Very true. Very true on all counts there, yes. But it's not even a Texas thing. That's the crazy thing about it, folks. It is a Houston thing. The guy said, welcome to Houston. So in theory, in the Dallas area, not an issue. I would be surprised if Houston is more ridiculous than Austin and that kind of thing. So I would expect probably the same there. But in theory, there are other places in the state of Texas that I could go to get it worked on. But apparently in Houston, it's a thing. It sounds really stupid to me. It is really stupid as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's one thing if I were to say, hey, here's the repair I went down, and they go, nah, we don't typically carry those parts. It's going to be a while for us to get them. It's going to be expensive, yada yada. And any of that I'll take. But just literally saying your bike is old, I'm not going to work on it. The heck, man. I mean, motorcycles more so than cars. Like, you take care of them, they'll last forever. They're very simple, very simple. I love that Sweet Roll Revenge. Anytime a Sweet Roll can pick up a knife or a sword and skewer that bloody chef, I'm all for it. It brings me great joy. I'll prepare something special for them. Yeah? Well, I'm going to take you out, see? Because I'm a Sweet Roll from New York, see? And I'm a gangster, and I'm going to take you out with my steel dagger, see? Or my iron dagger. Whatever. You're dead, see? And so am I. But at least I avenged myself. Let's see. Beowulf, I only missed one Friday. Did you really, Beowulf? I feel like we missed you for two. I feel like you were missed for two. But you know what? If it was just the one, I apologize for exaggerating the reports of my absence were greatly exaggerated. I apologize for besmirching you. But your presence was felt. The lack thereof was felt for two. So actually that's an insult. So forget I said that, because that actually makes it sound like you weren't around. Dig, dig, dig. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, coming back up here. All right. One Friday too many. Darn right, Baldric. That's the point. That's the point. It's not whether or not I had the number right. It's the fact that if you missed one, you missed one too many. And for shame. For shame, I say. Let's see. Just working too much. I mean, it's hard to argue with that. I mean, obviously, I joke. Whether you miss it, like, and that was just something I've had to come to grips with myself. Because I made an unofficial agreement with myself that, because I've talked a lot about, like, there's no good reason to lie. That lying does a lot of damage to your. It impugns your integrity, and it does a lot to erode things that you normally wouldn't lie about, because every time you lie about something, it removes one. Like if you say, hey, I would never lie just to help myself. I'd only lie to spare somebody's feelings, whatever. Well, once you lie to spare somebody's feelings, it puts you that much closer to being willing to lie for the next reason, and the next reason is, and it's one of those things that's very easy to just kind of slide into it, where you can continue to justify the lies more and more because you're justifying lying in general. You're saying just lying is justified in certain circumstances, and once you do that, meaning lying is healthy in certain circumstances, you put yourself in a bad place. So I've tried to crack down on myself, because I would lie about, like, if a friend wanted to hang out, and I didn't have a reason not to hang out, but I didn't actually want to hang out, not because of it, I didn't like my friend. I just didn't want to leave the house. I was feeling lazy. I'm a homebody. I didn't want to go anywhere, but I felt bad saying I don't feel like hanging out, because I thought they would take it personal. So I'd just say I'm not really feeling all that well. So it's not 100% like lie. I'm not feeling like hanging out, but I'm not necessarily feeling bad. I'm not sick. But that's still a lie, and I'd gotten comfortable with lying like that. So I said, you know what? Either you just suck it up and you go hang out with your friend, which you probably should do anyway if you can, or you tell them the truth. And so I just end up telling the truth. I don't end up hanging out. I just end up telling the truth and just say, I'm just not really feeling it. But there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to have something better to do. I always thought, if I don't have something better to do, I should do this. Especially if it's like helping a friend move or something, because that just sounds right. It just sounds like something you should do. That's what a good person does. But there's nothing inherently true about that statement at all. In theory, your friend, like if I had a friend and my friend was like, I'm just not feeling, I don't feel like hanging out right now. As that person's friend, I don't want them to hang out with me if they're not feeling it. Like that's the other half of the friendship is, like, we're friends, and if that just means we don't hang out, like we don't have a friendship where we hang out a ton, maybe we just have a casual conversation here and there, and like, hey, I know when Pooh hits the fan, if things get really dire, if you're going through an emotional time, you can lean on me or whatever. But it's like, I'm not necessarily like a hang out and just do nothing kind of guy, or what have you. But there's nothing, just because you don't have anything better to do doesn't mean you can't just say I don't feel like doing it. That's not a bad thing. It doesn't make you a bad person. So that to say, in a very roundabout way, not that anybody has tried to or feels the need to justify, but it's like Honey Badger's like, I'm giving food to the poor and changing the world and curing hunger and cancer. So I wasn't there. I'm like, okay, cool. Beowulf is like, I'm working a lot. But, somebody was like, I just didn't feel like hanging out. Whatever. It's like, it's totally fine. You don't have to have a better thing to do. I mean, it's nice to know what other people do. As I mentioned, it's just fun to hear about the lives people have, but I don't feel in any way, shape, or form put out by that. And like I said, you never want somebody to be there because they feel like they should be or they need to be. Like even just hanging out, and you'll know it. It's like it's the same thing with like dating. Like I have no interest in asking a girl out to get a date. I'm interested in asking a girl out to see if she wants to go out with me. If she's not interested, I'm not interested. Like I'm not trying. It's not like I need a date to feel good about myself or so that I'm not alone on a Friday night. I'm like, hey, I think I'm interested in you. Are you interested in me? If she goes, no, but I'll date you. I was like, no, thank you. Like, it's totally fine. Don't do me any favors. It's not a pride thing. It's just I'm just not interested in that kind of thing. So it's the same thing. Like, I only want to hang out if you want to hang out, and there's no sour grapes. 9-2, pretty good. Yeah, Edmorn, holy cow. 9-2. So wait, so that was his first run. How many runs you? Aces. First run. Intelligence dominates. There's me using all caps now. Muhaha. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 9 and 2, man. That's fabulous. Well played, sir. I've had a few of those in my time. I've never. I think we've had folks go on streaks where they've finished, 9-2, 9-1, or whatever. I've never been able to get. But I'll usually have a stinker, and then I might have like a 9-3 or 9-2 or whatever, and then I'll have one that's like a 7-6, between a 6 and an 8. So usually, if things are going well for me, they go pretty well most of the time, but never 9s across the board. I spit nothing but truth. Pineapple garlic pizza, best ever. So Big Hein, I like the way you worded that. You spit nothing but truth. So you're spitting the pineapple garlic pizza out of your mouth. You literally just spit it out of your mouth, or not literally, but in your phrasing, you indicated that you spit pineapple and garlic out of your mouth. You call it truth, which is a misnomer, but you are still spitting it from your mouth, which I can understand why you would do that, because it is disgusting and it's an abomination. So continue to spit that. And yet, out of this, I don't understand. And Jesus rules. So you know Jesus said, salt water can't bear forth fresh water, and an apple tree cannot bear figs. So how is it that somebody who can attest, who speaks lies and deceits objectively by saying that pineapple garlic pizza is the best ever, can in the same breath say Jesus rules, which is actually true? I mean, again, I'm not going too heavy-handed into it, but from my perspective, the second part is incredibly true and the first part is incredibly false. I'm not sure. A house divided cannot stand. Let me remind you, my friend, a house divided cannot stand. You cannot serve two masters, Jesus or pineapple pizza. You got to pick one or the other. Jesus made it very clear. The Hebrew for sin is pineapple pizza. Like if you look at how different words are translated in Hebrew. Hebrew is a very dense language. This part is actually true. Hebrew is a very dense language, which is why it's interesting or almost imperative. There's so many things that don't make sense in the Bible because of how they're translated, how the certain word is translated. That certain word can be translated like 7 or 8 different ways, if not more. And depending on how you translate it, depends on, it really impacts how, what it's actually saying. And so, if you're going to do a study on it, you're going to read into it. It's not like, don't do a Bible study where it's like, oh, hear what somebody else has to say about it. Try to sit down and take a passage and break it down into Hebrew or Greek and see with the different ways it can be translated and understand, whoa, this makes a lot more sense or sounds a lot less stupid or a lot less mean or a lot less crazy when you don't translate it like a goober.
The Night Mother will guide us.
Oh, she might guide you, Uncle, but I think you're dead. The Night Mother did you dirty. But hey, we're going to see some Mushroom Tower shenanigans. Io, is this also a singleton? I mean, oh my gosh!
Prepare yourself.
Oh, Io, I didn't even see that. I wasn't even paying attention to what your hand was. How did I miss that? Io and Swift Strike, these are synonymous. Like Io can always has Swift Strike. If he's running agility, he always has Swift Strike. I don't know how I missed that. Hulking Scallon, Swift Strike, lethal. You saw it here, folks. You saw it here. I've recorded it for posterity. It's there in the VOD. Well done, Io. Holy cow. Dang. This was your day. And Io. Dude. Scallon, lethal. What planet did this deck come from? Question mark. You like that silent N I threw in at the end of M, right? Let's go back to Ugnip. Let's see. Hang on a second. Baldric, I can get behind garlic. Yes, sir. But pineapple is a devil's fruit. When it is applied to pizza, by itself, pineapple is innocuous and possibly even delicious. Cottage cheese, as somebody brought up before, but cottage cheese and pineapple, very, very good. There are many great things with pineapple. There's just no need to couple it with things that don't belong together. You know, it's just Jürgen Prosnov, Jürgen Captain. Okay, yes. Then wait, we talking about Das Boot again?
The Black Hand.
Yes. Okay. Big Kind. There we go. I thought you'd ask about the actor from Das Boot. Maybe I had a knot in my brain. Happens a lot. There's a Scottish love knot and an Alex brain knot. So there's an Irish love knot, right? Is there a Scottish one too, or is there not an Irish love knot? Like, are we talking about like that thing where it's all like, it's a cool design, but it's all interconnected, like it loops in on itself? I don't think I just mentioned Das Boot. I mentioned the actress from Run Lola Run, which was the Franca gal. But I was referring to German movies that I'd seen, German entertainment, because apparently Pingu is German, it hails from Germany. So I was just saying that the only media that I'd seen out of Germany that I could recall was Run Lola Run and Das Boot, but I hadn't, to my recollection, had not inquired about the actor. But I appreciate it being provided. And am surprised and impressed that you knew it. Carolina, Virginia, at least. Whether you might want that significant is up to you. What you might want to.
A little distraction might prove useful.
I mean, call that.
Clear out.
Oh, so you're saying Carolina and Virginia borders were changed after the Civil War? Is that what you're referring to? I'm still trying to think. That'd be interesting. I'd be curious to see what those lines were. I've always thought, because Virginia has a very unique shape, so I'm just wondering. Like I don't remember like in history like seeing like a battle map or whatever of Virginia prior to the Civil War and then what it's like after. I kind of always thought it was the same, but I would say, I mean, I grew up in Virginia, so I would say it was significant, that there was a change there. But yeah, I mean, 2 out of however many states we had back then, it wasn't 50, but however many in the Union at that point, probably percentage-wise would not be considered significant. But again, if you lived in those states, it was a significant deal. Hey, the state just got smaller. But, or I guess more importantly, hey, some people that were in one state are now in another. And back then, identity was much, much stronger tied to your state than it was the country. It wasn't America. It was the United States of America, meaning we are all different entities, have our own thing going on, but we're willing to collaborate together. It would be like Europe if you all decided you were just going to be called Europeans, which I guess maybe you are. I don't know, but like if you no longer, you said, okay, we're all this, but maybe that's kind of what happened with the euro or something. I don't know, but like that was just currency. But it was like if you had an overarching government that kind of all the countries in Europe kind of submitted to, which maybe is NATO or I don't know. I don't. World alliances and all that stuff are different, but bottom line was you were more likely to call yourself a Virginian than you were to call yourself an American or a U.S. citizen or whatever. Back then, it was federal government was very pequeño, was meant to be, and states were supposed to be able to leave whenever they wanted to. If they're like it was like, hey, we voluntarily went into this. Shrek swamp, nice, donkey, come on, Shrek. Come on, you're gonna hit his face. You're gonna hit his face, Shrek. Shrek, hit his face. Donkey. I'm not going to hit his face. I'm fat bastard, and I'm also. Never mind. That's not good. But yeah, so it was but that would be crazy if you were in Virginia or South Carolina or North Carolina, I guess, because North Carolina is right up against Virginia. If you're in one of those states and you're like, hey, I'm a Virginian first and foremost, and like, nope, yeah, actually we just redid the borders. You are now a North Carolinian. It's like, wait, no, I've lived on this. My family has been on this farm for 3,000 years, and I don't know why we're talking like this, but 3,000 years we've been on this land. We've been Virginians, proud Virginians, and now we're North Carolinians. That doesn't even roll off the tongue. What the heck are we doing here? What has happened? This Civil War is a travesty. Brother against brother is nothing if it means that I can no longer call myself a Virginian because I just happened to be too damn close to one of the borders. But anyway, that's interesting. Hey, Big Hein! So stay a while and listen, Big Hein. Nice. Thank you for getting that reference. It was such a throwaway, but I appreciate that. That's quite a treasure you have there in that Herodric cube. I love anytime Deckard Cain says Herodric cube. Or a cube, I guess, is the... Like, if I'm playing Diablo 2 and he says cube, I just end up just saying cube for like an hour. Like, cube. Oh, look at the cube. Oh, look at your Herodric cube. I don't know. It's a thing I do. That's why I don't ever play. I'll never do a stream of Diablo 2 just because as soon as we get to that part of the game, I'm just like, oh, look at my cube. I'm opening my cube. I'm storing inventory in my cube. Behold my cube. Okay, I'm done. He always was pretty well. Thank you. Oh, Deckard again. Here we go. Yep. So, knew the character. I really like to talk to the drunkard, talking about his speciality. Wait. Drunkard. That's from the first one, right? The drunkard guy? Do we talk to a drunk guy in Diablo 2? Well, I mean, Deckard Cain is in both, but I was quoting because I'm pretty sure. Does he say stay a while and listen in Diablo 1? It's been I played Diablo 1 because I bought the battle chest, which back then was just Diablo 1 and 2. And so I played it just to say I played it, but I never went back and played it after that because it didn't grab me the way the second one did. So I can't remember what. Ah, we got Ugnipped again! But not by Ugnip. Actually, Arrakis, that's the second time you Ugnipped us today, isn't it? Is he the one? Who was that? I don't remember. So there was somebody we got Ugnipped by, and they actually called it. Alright, so, okay. Edmorn is no longer doing the gauntlet. He had a 9-2 finish, is now just doing some laddering. Baldric, we still play that game online with Beelzebub mod. I didn't know you could do that. Do they still support Diablo 1 online? But yeah, I think the drunkard was from the first one. It is. He's just kind of out of his mind the whole time, right? Like, oh no, I don't remember. But I remember that was kind of what like parts of the game like could actually kind of scare you. And I think the drunkard, like just realizing he's out of his mind, like he's seen things, and it's so disturbing that he's actually kind of lost his mind, as well as being drunk. But yeah, Deckard is fun, and just such a very distinct line. And what was really trippy, if anybody's seen the third Batman movie, the way they like that was, I mean, yeah, there was a lot wrong with the Dark Knight Rises or whatever it was called. But the thing that got me was like the voice of Bane literally sounds like a slightly more aggressive Deckard Cain. Like, Batman, wow, that is quite a thing you have in the Herodric Cube. I don't know what the Herodric Cube are doing in Gotham, but I'm just not sticking to it. It is okay. It was you, Arrakis. Dang, Red Scorpion coming out flinging. Hopefully, Beatrice can just kick the stuffing out of it. It was you.
Prepare to die.
I thought so. That is spectacular. Got the nip. That may be better, and we're gonna go ahead and silence because I don't want to hear any more taunting here. We can't silence our own guy, but wait, can I not silence you? No, I can't. Oh my gosh, we might just have to bail. I'm not gonna listen to Red Scorpion flap his obnoxious mouth like 45 times. All right, we'll give it right. Two more of those, and we'll leave. Hopefully, we can watch Beatrice give him the beat down before that happens. Baldric, nah, it's great. They made many improvements. It's like Hellfire Edition, but better. Bosses that were removed originally, classes that were removed, quests. Fresh meat. Oh, is that the Butcher, I think is his name from the first one? He's also in the second one, too, I think. Oh, there's... No. Yeah, right? Yeah, I think... But yeah, he was freaking scary because he got that giant meat cleaver. Meat cleavers are just scary weapons, man. Well, I mean, they're not weapons, but they're scary when they're used as weapons. Although weed whackers would be pretty scary, too.
Prepare to die.
Okay, that's enough of you, Red Scorpion. Sorry, Beatrice, man. You're fine, buddy, but I'm not going to listen to that jackass. And yes, I'm going to call him a jackass. If you have the lack of decorum to not spam emotes like that. Now, granted, Beaters could silence it if he wants to, but yeah, that's just like, you're a special kind of person. Special kind of person. Baldrick, I always wondered as a kid, was there something beyond that little stone wall around Tristan? And there initially was. No kidding. Oh, the Secret Cow level, yep.
Sign me up. The Black Hand sees.
Yeah, the Secret Cow level definitely. Was there something else, I'm wondering, like something that was more vanilla to the game, like some like an actual part that you were supposed to go to and they just cut that out because of time or something? Denise, I don't think I can face returning to the conference midnight to 2:30 a.m. is too much. I will catch the recording. Yeah, Denise, I understand. Yeah, again, that's a brutal call you an Ashlander, because that's brutal. Like, hey, look, there he is, brutal Ashlander. I literally I came up with it all on my own, and then I just noticed he's actually on the board, so that makes me brilliant. Oh, let's see. Welcome, Trevor. Not you see on the street. Trevor Laporte. Ah, yes. Yes, Trevor, hello. I don't think I've seen you either, although I would not be surprised if I have actually seen you before and I just totally forgot. I am 15 minutes behind, Trevor. Well, so you're obviously, you probably know this, but that's not too bad. Yesterday, I think I was an hour behind at this point, so I'm continuing to move on. But because I realized it's not only just a matter of not keeping up, but there's a lot of relevant conversation that happens that is completely irrelevant by the time I get to it if I'm that far behind. So I really want to be a part of the conversation. But yes, Denise, as Denise says, we are a friendly bunch. So it's good to see you, Trevor. Happy to see you. Actually, the same name as my Bill, so that's pretty cool. Trevor, I'm struggling to rank up this season for some reason. I was ranked 3 at the end of this season, and now I'm struggling to pass 5. Week 1 is hard. Yep, that's very true, Denise. The first and last week are going to be your hardest times to level up in general. But if you stick around, Trevor, if you watch other people, like Denise has a channel, Becoming Brave Cariad. Vincenzo has a channel. It's not going to get updated for a little while, but if you look at Vincenzo, but it's a 1 instead of I at the end, he's on there. Andy, what's his name? Aros NPO. That's AYROSS.NPO. He is on Twitch. I haven't seen him as much on here lately, but he used to stream a ton. So there definitely are folks, and there's Daryl. You may know all these people already, and if I were Reed, I'd probably know how much more you know. But anyway, there's a lot of people still playing. But if you watch them for any length of time, you'll see even these great players, people that do fantastic with this game, have rough times, rough patches. And it's just a matter of persevering through all of them. Very difficult. Speaking of difficult, Io staying alive against a Burn Assassin. Called it. Damn, I'm good. It was not a big brain play, but so that to say, yeah. I mean, I've had, and I've said this before many times, but it bears repeating here. I got to Legendary of the Sorcerer deck the very first time back in the day, even before I was recording. I got to Legendary on the back of a Sorcerer deck. I tried to run that the next season, starting from rank 5. I couldn't get a win. I was in the snake for like a week before I said, screw it. And I started playing an aggro Crusader or Halalu or something and turn things around. But so you can play with the same deck and still be awesome, and the seasons can be cruel to you if you're at a certain level of play. Like I said, some people like K Fluffy can just... Nice. We got another 9-2 finish. So Edmorn / Michael Bailey got a 9-2 finish. Pretty plush there. Can't get too much better than that, realistically. Going for another run. The only bummer about winning... about winning that much is the run is a lot longer. My runs, end up being like 5 or 6 games. I'll win 3 and then lose 3 and bam, it's done. I was expecting more red and blue decks, but it's surprisingly 6% green. Well, yeah, now if you remember, I'm trying to remember who it was in here. I got some really bad advice from y'all back when the last time we had a mono gauntlet. Oh, nice. Thank you for the heads up, Ed Morton. So we will do, we'll jump in there. Okay, sweet. Thank you very much. So, PSA, if you are dual spectating or if you are playing against somebody who is amongst the friends, give me a heads up. One, because we like to watch 2 people play at one time, but also because oftentimes I will forget to look for that little icon that says, hey, 2 people are playing each other. So that way at least I know to click on it so we can see both what Io and Edmorn are playing. But I'm not, like, as much as I want to focus on that, I don't want to say too much just because I don't want people to feel like they have to turn the stream off, so I'm not going to say anything that is going to give anything away.
I smell the stench of the living.
Except to say Io played a card, and now it's Edmorn's turn to play a card, so we'll see how this goes. But yes, we are a friendly bunch. And yeah, Trevor, your experience is not unique, and not in a bad way. It just means we all get screwed by the game, and you just have to adapt and push forward. That's really the only way around it. Let's see. Except when the streams, so we're a friendly bunch except for when the stream fights over pineapple on pizza. Yeah, but because we all know what the truth is, we all know that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. It's a friendly thing. Nobody's really taking umbrage with anything anybody else says. We just we joke about it. People say ridiculous things. Oh, I love pineapple on pizza. Garlic and pineapple on pizza. Oh, I'm trying to, for whatever reason, I'm having a hard time thinking of anything edible. Everything I think of, I was like, wallpaper. Yeah, wallpaper on pizza. Why not, right? We can put anything on pizza. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, it's midnight for Arrakis. That is a bit late. I say that, of course, as Denise's. And many of you now are, what time is it? So it would be 6 there, so 11 o'clock? Getting close to midnight. Let's see. Big Hind. Sorry, Schward, you're in a logical dilemma. If I spit the truth and I say pineapple pizza is delicious, and you say I spit it, you say it is delicious.
I'm sleeping.
Well, you're correct. You're correct. I was trying to glaze over that. It's a quandary because you're saying, well, okay. It is a logical dilemma if I'm trying to both take what you say literally and figuratively the way you meant it. When you say you spit truth, you're not literally meaning you salivate or you spit saliva out of your mouth in the form of truth, or truth comes out of your mouth in the form of saliva. You are saying, I spit the truth, I speak the truth, no cap, as the kids say. I can't believe I said that. I said that voluntarily. I don't know why I did that. Bad me. We don't need more ways to say don't lie. Like, why do we have to come up with BS words for it? I don't understand. I think it has to do with rap. I think lyrically, a lot of times it's very lazy, and so I need to come up with. I want a word that rhymes with this one. It doesn't exist, so I'm going to make up a word. And now that word and so we retroactively have to make sure that word gets used a lot to justify the fact that I made an entire rap where that word is featured, and that's the only thing I can think of. But I know for a fact. Now I'm not a huge hip hop guy. In fact, I'm not a big fan of it personally myself for a variety of reasons. But the bits that I have heard, there's just a lot of made up words in there. A lot of words that are truncated, are butchered to make them fit into a rhyme scheme instead of just finding a way to do it naturally. And maybe that's the appeal. I don't know. For me, it's not. I think a lot of the what makes things clever, like a la Shakespeare, is being able to work within the confines of the language you're given. Although that's to say, I'm sure Shakespeare did a little bit of finessing as well, but most of the time it's like, okay, these words actually exist versus just, I'm going to make up one on the spot that means something. Otherwise, I don't know why, I don't understand why we get words that have bizarre meanings. Oh, wait a minute, what? Guitarist plays purple. I didn't see any purple decks this event before his. Yeah. Yeah, what do you call that? Endurance. is considered rather weak, I thought. And that's not definitive, folks. That's the only time that I see words being made up or have seen words made up in such profoundly common way is in like hip hop and everything. And part of it's just you're using so many words. It's like that is your song for the most part is what you're saying. And just my amount of exposure to it was, wow, I feel like they just made up that word just so that they could rhyme with it. But then you have to go, okay, well, let's use this word now because it's a thing. Like, why else do you need to have another word for lie? No cap, no lie. What? Why? Lie is perfectly fine. Cap is not any shorter. It's not any more pungent. More. It doesn't say it any better. It doesn't roll off the tongue any easier. And cap already means many different things. It can be a hat. It's if you have a cap gun, a cap, something that explodes. A limit on something. So you say no cap, that would mean like no limit, like no salary cap, no whatever. So it already means so many different things that actually using it for yet another thing is needlessly complicates and creates too much ambiguity. It's possibly a good purple deck. It might be challenging though. I didn't try it yet. Well, there's your second run. Make endurance awesome. And so Edmorn prevailed over Io. I believe that is what we just saw there because we were watching Edmorn. But well fought, gentlemen. Well fought. Sorry, like I said. So if y'all remember, I initially said, hey, anytime we can dual spectate, I will just focus, instead of, chat, we'll focus on the game. But then realizing that if I'm commenting as we're watching the game, more than likely we're going to, it makes people switch off the stream or whatever, or then they're kind of like, they've got to filter in what I'm saying. But this is Guitarist on Bass, which Arrakis just gave us the heads up. He's using Endurance as his deal, which, hey, Denise, look at this. An Argonian army. A good match, no cap. Oh, for crying out loud, Io, stop it. It was my fault. I brought it up. But anyway, but getting back to what you were saying, Big Hein, it is only because I was trying to mix the two. If we use the literal term, which is what I would go for, you are spitting things out of your mouth, therefore you're spitting pizza more so than you're spitting truth, because really truth can't be spit in the literal sense. However, using it metaphorically or as a turn of phrase, as you were in fact intending it, yes, then you wouldn't be speaking it out of your mouth, you would actually be speaking. So my attempt to try to merge the two did in fact create a logical discrepancy or dilemma. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. However we work it, however we need to get there, that's how we get there. And forgive me for trying to be clever about it. Goodness gracious. Baldric, yep, Andariel appeared in the wilderness behind the rocks in the cave entrance. Oh, okay. So there was a functional part of the game. So, yeah, for those who don't know, we're talking about Diablo 1 and 2. But I'm guessing at this point we're talking about 2 because Andariel, I think she's only in 2, right? And so you have the secret cow level, but that was never. I mean, it's a part of the game you can access, which changes it. Obviously, that's like you can find your way there, but it was never like meant to be main game. It's a goofy, crazy little level. But Baldric is saying that there was a portion of the game that was there outside of Tristram that was taken away, or maybe it wasn't. No, maybe it's saying in the first one that Andariel was in the first one and she's not in the she was taken out of it. Anyway, I love how I tried to explain. I endeavored to explain the conversation, and then I actually got confused as I did so. That's next level stupidity right there, like voluntarily stupidity. Sorry, you have proven my theory. Are you referring to your turn of phrase? That wasn't so much of a theory as it was a ridiculous statement based solely on subjective reality. Appreciate all the welcomes to Trevor there. Okay, it was removed from Diablo 1. Okay.
Out of my sight.
Oh, Big Hein. Again with the... See, it's very telling. Big Hein using the all caps there. You love pineapple pizza. The only time we've seen him use all caps is when it's referring to pizza and pineapple on said pizza, which is just indicative. I am trying to convince myself with these all caps, trying to convince myself that what I'm saying is true when I darn well know that I don't. And if I were to just write it without all caps, as I finished writing, I'd be like, oh, that's not true. But if I use all caps, then it's like I'm convinced. I'm like, no. See how love is bold and big, and that's true. That's what it is. Not a Big Hein. Exactly right, Denise. Poking the bear. Dual spectate, Ugnip, and Edmore now. Oh man, I missed that spectate. Io says, I eat pineapple on pizza. I win with Singleton Ebonheart and get Swift Strike with Stonk Scallon. Total correlation. You know, Io, that's not the most ridiculous thing that's been said today regarding pineapple on pizza. And you know what? Because I'm happy to concede wherever I can. I will concede to you that there is a correlation between eating pineapple on pizza, winning with Single Ebonheart, and getting Swift Strike with Scallon. That's totally fine. What is that? What? Like it's such a very limited. That's what I will say. So the appeal of pineapple on pizza is so limited that it is like that. It's like when they're like somebody to talk about somebody set a record in a sport, and it's like, it's unbelievable. He set a record today. It is the first time in history that somebody with a last name ending in A and their first name beginning in the letter P was able to score against an opponent who is 2 years younger on a Saturday during an equinox or something like that. And it's like, slow clap, okay. Like, it is such a specific thing. It's not like a... So yeah, if you were like, I win, I play Tesla and I eat pineapple on pizza and I win, no correlation. Then it's like, okay, now you're trying to allude to something really special about pineapple on pizza. But that is such a narrow thing. Yes, if you want to win with a Scallon, a hulking Scallon, while playing Singleton Everhart and Swift Strike, then eat pineapple on pizza, folks. Like, do not let your taste buds, do not let what is your morality, do not let what is truly right and wrong interfere with that. If you want to have the same success that Io does in that particular situation with those particular cards, then yes, eat pineapple on pizza. I can agree with that. Big Hein, there we go. Sorry, buddy. I try to check that more often, but so maybe we'll see you playing here. Ugnip one pretty fast. Ladder then ladder take it away. Yeah, that seems to be a thing. So yeah, I think I'm almost caught up, folks. So I should be able to catch next time that happens. But let's see another endurance deck. See it's do its thing. Oh, okay. I think we're getting up on an answer here. Love Knot is a Gaelic thing. I think it could be called Irish Ricotta. That makes sense. Because I think both have roots in Gaelic, right? So that actually makes a lot of sense. So thank you. I'm leaving if he does. We trust you not to abuse. Yeah, just put it on mute. Exactly. Well, you don't even have to put it on mute. Just don't look at the screen. Like, just focus on your game, and you'll be fine. Because, like I said, I'm never gonna. I will avoid saying anything that would give anybody an idea of what their opponent's doing. I may retroactively say, like, "Oh wow, look what he just did," because you already know what he's done. But I'm not going to actually call it in advance. Oh no, you know what? Well, there's a delay too. So, Scottish Gaelic. Or Irish Gaelic. Okay, so this. All right. So Scottish pronounce it Gaelic, and Irish pronounce it Gaelic. I'm trying to get those two down. Sometimes there seems to be an overlap. Fortunately, I actually listen to a few people. There's a guy who has a channel who does film stuff, and he's actually Irish. So I've been able to pick up that a little bit more so than Scottish. But Scottish, I don't know that I've ever heard proper Scottish all that often. I hear it with. Oh, and then also there's that show we talked about. What was the show? It was on Netflix. It has a third season. Apparently, I didn't know that, but crap! All
Time to take matters into my own hands.
Is the name of the town. Baldric, you know what I'm talking about. Anywho, there's enough stuff out there with Irish. Even though it's not great, I can actually kind of get there. Yeah, you gotta. Anyway, I can do lazy, Irish, but Scottish, there's, other than Braveheart, I don't know too many things where I've actually seen Scottish, and the only Scottish I'm familiar with is Mike Myers Scottish, which is, as Io suggested, Shrek, or Fat Bastard, so, right, lots and lots of Scottish, you hear it like this, but I'm not entirely sure how accurate it is, and every time I've heard Scottish done, I can barely understand what they're saying, so clearly I'm missing out on a little bit, but they're kind of in the same family. Anyway, you'll notice at the very end, yeah, sorry about that, guys. West Virginia broke off. Carolina was a home state of that northern general who tried to have no battle there and I thought broke into two. Would that be... Oh, northern general. Interesting. Because I know Lee was out of Virginia. Okay, so Carolina was a home state of a northern general who tried to have no battle there, and I thought it broke in two during the Civil War era. Possibly. That's interesting behind, but thank you. That's something I'll actually... And the cool thing is, that kind of stuff, again, that's why it's important never to be married to anything, because if you're like, this is the way it was, that way, why? Like, whether they were separate or together, it's interesting to know that it actually did shape the landscape more so than I initially thought. But I'm wondering, like, what the consequence of, like, why? Because it wasn't a territorial dispute. Like here, we hear a lot of conflicts going on, especially like in Europe. It was about, hey, we want to absorb this part of the country. This part of the country was our country, and then it got broken off by a different war or conflict, and then we want it back. Like Taiwan with China, I think it is. Okay, I'm getting way out of my depth here, but like, it just seems like there were a lot more things where it's like the whole reason why we're fighting is to reestablish these borders, whereas the Civil War, I guess that was a byproduct of it. But that's why I'm wondering, like, why. I mean, either that or unbeknownst to us, or at least to me, that there actually there were borders in dispute at the time, and it was rectified, or it was worked out via the Civil War. It's just an interesting... I just never thought of that as a... But I guess it could be, in theory, a ramification of it. I just don't know why that would take place. If you're not fighting over a border, why would it? But you're saying maybe a general tried to have... But it's weird because a northern general in Carolina is south of Virginia. So it's... Yeah, that whole thing. I don't know. But not to say... You're not. It's not accurate. This is brand new information for me. Because we are Europeans, Denise is English, however. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry about the lack of dual spectating. I'll do better. You need to do better, Senator. You need to dual spectate a lot more. I will. I totally will. There is a European Union, a complicated entity. Don't ask and don't get me started. A lot of cursing on the ECJ last week. Okay, so yeah, clearly, and that's why I was saying I didn't want to go too far into it, just because, again, there are plenty of channels and stuff that go into, or don't mind going into that kind of thing. I try to keep this as entertainment focused as possible. So I we can talk about stuff. Like, it doesn't necessarily inherently mean anything. We talk about, borders or stuff that's going on. But, when it starts getting like really dicey or really kind of like, grindy, anything that would typically upset somebody, chances are the opposite is upsetting somebody else as well. And I'm not trying to avoid upsetting, but it's like, we're here just to have fun. So I just try to, keep it in that vein. And I'm not saying that we're going awry of that or this is getting anywhere near that. I just, that's why I personally was kind of going, okay, I know so much. And the fact is there is conflict going on. There are things moving and shaking. I know in other parts of the world, and there's just a lot of stuff going on. And so when there's actually things happening, you're not referring to it in the past tense. It can be a little harder to stay detached from it, because people are actually being actively impacted by events right now. Let's see. Ugnip. Right, they pulled away from Europe. Sinner is rocking in the US Open. There's a guy named Sinner, or a gal named Sinner. Did you spell that right, Antoine? I mean, I guess that's a thing. You'd think, though, that if anybody was going to change their name, like, I was born a sinner. Like, my sister, at one point, she was engaged to a guy whose last name was Hoar. So while that is not the way you spell it, the way you pronounce it is whore. And so my sister was going to become a whore. There's no other way to say it, really. My sister was going to become a whore. That's not why the engagement broke off, but it's very weird. So it's like, okay, we're all born sinners, you know, from depending on your bent, on your perspective. But if your last name is actually Sinner, then yes, you were literally born a sinner, which just seems like it's setting you up for failure. It's like, dumbass. Like, I was born a dumbass. I'll die a dumbass. Like, you just don't want a name like that as your last name. Like, usually last names, at least in America, they're professions. Miller. Well, I was gonna say White, but that's just the color, so I don't know. But anyway, but usually it's like, why would you choose that? Like, the last name came from somewhere. Look at that beefy board. I think Guitarist on bass is going to finish off with... Wow. That was a definitive win from an endurance deck. Look at that go. Look at you, Guitarist. That was freaking impressive, man. Look at you. Endurance beats strength? In what wacky... I can't spell what wacky world is this? I didn't phrase that correctly, but who cares? Let's see here. Ugnip. Okay, I'm looking. There is no dual spectating available, so we're gonna spectate here. Let's see if we... Okay, alright. Let's see. Ugnip. I expect them to row that island over to the America. That's a funny concept. You know what? It sounds like something out of like like Hot Shots movies, like the old school like spoof movies. Because there's actually a line from Hot Shots Part 2 where what is it? The president is talking to his aide, and he says, I can't remember. He's like, we'll fight them in our own backyard or something. He says, but sir, the enemy is over there. He says, well, then we'll bring them over here. We'll teach them to ice skate. We'll take them fishing. Do I have to think of everything? Anyway, I kind of butchered it, but it's the whole concept of we'll just relocate a country over here so we can fight them in our own backyard and teach them things as we go along. It's kind of funny. But anyway, there is the live semifinal of the match. That's where everybody is. That's why so many people are absent here. Everybody's watching the semifinal of the tennis match. I gotta say, Antoine, you are probably the most athletic. You and Inu are like the two most athletically orientated, I think, out of pretty much everybody. Everybody in Tesla. Like, your finger on the pulse of sports is commendable and noticeable. Denise, I am Brit and European. No, Denise, you separated us. They call it Brexit. I call it Denisexit. Can't a fella drink in peace? Oh, okay, Baldrick, you're talking about the drunkard guy. I was like, that doesn't have to do with Brexit. Okay. Can't a fella drink in peace? I'm a drunk guy. Damn. So some no name just ash landed. Did some ash kicking right there. Yikes. Dunno, must be Friday. It's a semi-charmed kind of life, my friend. Red Scorpion is fast with those taunts. Do we know who it is? Just, yeah. I'm having pineapple on my pizza tonight. Well, good, I guess that means you'll continue to be able to Hulking Scowlin Swift Strike with your Ebonheart deck. The only perk of pineapple on pizza. And the erosion of your soul. You know, you've heard about, we know that for a fact that people who have red hair don't have souls. Well, you can become akin to a red-headed person, i.e. lacking a soul, by eating pizza. It feels good at the time. Y'all ever watch Pinocchio, the original Pinocchio? The good Pinocchio that came out like 50 years ago? They all start turning into donkeys? You know why? They don't show it. There was a deleted scene. Because otherwise you're just like, what, just being there and doing, cracking wise and doing all kinds of crazy shenanigans, that turns you into a donkey? No. They had a scene in there where they sat down and it's like, God, come on, Pinocchio, we're going to eat ourselves a pineapple pizza. And he's like, I don't know if we should do that. He's like, yeah, totally. What are you, some kind of lame-o square? And he's like, no, I'll do it. So they started eating it, and you cut that, and that's when they start turning into jackasses. So just a warning, just a friendly warning from your self-righteous but always correct streamer. There is a consequence to eating pineapple on pizza. It may bite you in the butt now. It may bite you in the butt later, but it will bite you in the butt. That's devious, Io. You'll summon all kinds of night terrors with that. Exactly right. Exactly. See? I can take him. Yeah, with your hulking scowling. Having lived in the UK for many years, I can express an opinion on Brexit. Over 80% of the British people living in the main cities are against Brexit and, in fact, did not vote in favor. I never did. I was thinking about researching Brexit, but I just never got to the point. Like, it was a fleeting passing thing because I didn't know. There's some topics where, because there's not a whole lot right in it, there's not a lot of politics involved in it per se, like organically, that you think you can do some research and you're not going to get a bunch of tilted information. You can just get the facts. Like, hey, when did the Baltimore Ravens or Baltimore Colts become the Baltimore Ravens? You can look that up and you can do research on it. And it's a football team, an American football team that relocated actually in the middle of the night kind of thing, just up and left. But the date and the circumstances are kind of known. There's not a whole lot of craziness that happens. There's obviously more sides to every story, but it's not like there's anything like really riding on it. Whereas Brexit, I just kind of felt like there's like, depending on the source, I'm going to get a different view of what Brexit actually was. And I'm not, and then I have to parse without any other base of knowledge base or personal experience or knowing anybody at the time that went through that. I'm just going to have to decide which one is accurate, because one is saying, well, Brexit was really all about this, and this is the reason for it, and this is why so many people were for it. And then this other thing says, well, this is what Brexit was, and this is why people were against it, and this is why. So I just don't know. And that may be not the case. Maybe it is pretty clean, cut and dry, but it struck me as something that where I would just be going, okay, let me just pick a side. Let me just pick which truth I'm going to believe, because I'm going to get two completely different stories. Antoine is correct. Brexit, not a topic I want to discuss, though. Lost a friend over it. Most of my friends agreed to disagree, but she was verbally abusive over it. Sad memory. Ooh. You shall not babble your way out of having admitted that pineapple pizza is truly delicious. Big Hein, you missed it. You actually missed it. Now, I don't believe I ever used the word delicious, but I said I actually don't mind the taste. I don't like it with bacon per se, but just pineapple on pizza, I actually don't mind it. My argument is that it doesn't belong on there. And then Honey Badger said, well, saying that is like saying that a Ferrari doesn't belong on the road. And I'm like, well, no, because a Ferrari is built for the road. It is a car built for the road. Pineapple was not in any way, shape, or form. We cannot determine that it was sanctioned or designed, created to be, or evolved to be on a pizza. So it is still our specific way of looking at it. Pineapple should not be on a pizza any more than anthrax should be. That's just the way to now. Or we can just say, people put eggplant on there. Lemon slices. Lemon slices are edible. Why can't lemon slices be on pizza? They're no less of a fruit than a pineapple is. So there we go. So I never said I disliked it per se. I will not concede that it was delicious. That's still you spitting your particular salivated truth. I'm simply saying that my contention with it is not that it is disgusting. It's simply that it doesn't belong. But I told my mom that she has a much, much, much harsher opinion of it. She just kind of shook her head and said, why are they trying to put that on pizza? Like, why would you do that? And she's a kind of a culinary expert, not going to lie. She can just off the cuff make some of the most delicious. Oh, Vicious D just got shriveled. Yoicks. Hopefully Denise was not here to see that. That's painful. I think now, Denise, that's a good question though. As someone who loves Hallow Death Priest and thinks he's cute, and who loves Vicious D and thinks he's cute, how do you feel about a Hallow Death Priest mummifying a Vicious D? Who's okay in that scenario? Was it cute that the Death Priest did that? Or are you on the side of the thingy blooper, the vicious D? And Honey Badger back in. So I'm assuming that means you made your commute into work. Big Hon, you can't cut down spitting the truth just to spitting. I totally lawyer you in having admitted that pineapple pizza being delicious is the truth that I spit out of my mouth. Well, I mean, to be fair, Big Hein, if it only took somebody to say, I'm speaking the truth right now to make it so, then how would an argument ever come about? Because I can say I'm spitting truth that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. And you pointed out that there is you actually in your own words said that there is a discrepancy there, that there's a contradiction. So when there's a contradiction, essentially you would say they cancel each other out. So I never admitted to anything. I admitted in my bumbling way, in one way, yes, but also counteracted it in a bumbling way the other way. You admitted there was a contradiction, so I did not openly and without contest admit or agree with you that we truly were spitting truth when you said that pineapple is delicious. But as I said before, my contention is not that it is, again, I wouldn't say delicious, but I would also not say that it is disgusting. Flavor-wise, it just simply doesn't belong. Got to talking of farmer rancher that just deliver our hay for the goats this winter. I knew it. I called that Honey Badger. I said it. And I told you I'm going to come to Montana and I'm going to look and I'm going to find, if I find no goats, we're going to have words, my friend. We're going to have words. I suspect there are no goats in Montana. I think this is all a charade. Antoine, don't forget you promised to reach legend this season. There's no excuse to be lazy. Did I? I'm going to need a citation. I'm pretty sure I said I would. I was thinking about it. I think is what I was saying. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to say anything else now. I was going to say, but here's the thing. If I don't do it this season, I'll do it next season. Here's my thing. Follow me, folks. My assumption was that I was going to get all squared away with everything I needed to do to relocate in this new land called Texas, get everything legit, everything ready, and start doing some, putting out the tendrils to do some job hunting. However, things got a little more complicated in terms of me getting, because if you apply for a job, if I were to get a job right now, I'd be kind of screwed. I'd be like, hey, you're going to have to wait because I don't have a license. Most of the time when you get a job, you need to be able to prove that you live where you say you live and that you're a Texas resident or what have you. So in order for me to actually get a job, I can apply for a job, but I can't actually start the job until I've got the ID and I'm able to handle all things on the back end. So that is kind of conditional on me doing things in the future. I also had some motorcycle issues and I can't register the motorcycle until it passes inspection. I can't pass inspection until I get it fixed. So I had to do all that and it was an hour away. So there's been a lot of things that, even though I moved in within my deadline, I am now here and things are looking good and feeling good. I'm feeling very much at home. There are still things that I'm having to work on. Like I said, I didn't do 2 videos last week. Three. The Tesla videos and the Borderlands. I didn't get a chance to do those videos last week. One of them I did start, but like I said, I wasn't recording sound, so it didn't work out. So all that to say, I overcame the expected obstacles. Chandler Bing, no, I hate your guts. The expected obstacles were overcome by my deadline. However, there were unexpected deadlines and complications that have yet to be resolved that are making the time a little more dicey. But my thought is that I'm going to have a month where I'm literally just doing this as I am doing the job search, because most of the time, in my experience, when I do a job search, it takes about a month to a month and a half between when I start looking for a job and I get one. My in-law might actually have some contractor work for me, which would mean I don't need to get a job. So anyway, there's enough flux in the air, and I am bad enough at this game that I am not entirely sure I'm going to be able to crack Legend or give it a go. I'm already 6 days behind. So I'm not abandoning it, Antoine, because I do remember I said I don't know that I actually definitively said I would. See, Emulating Blast, it's a freaking wagon wheel. Like that's the thing that you see when you look. I mean, there's a guy hiding there But it's a freaking wheel. Like that's the most prominent object on there. And he's cowering behind it. I just don't immolating blast. Like, I mean, debilitate looks more like immolating blast in a manner of speaking. But anyway, I did not forget, and I see the smiley face here, so I know it's all in good fun. But I want to make sure I honor my word. But then again, I also did mention tournament, and that has not formulated it either. It is yeesh. So I was going to say, well, if I don't do it this month, I'll do it next month. But I don't want to say that either, just because I cannot vouch for anything right now, and I feel like a turd muffin when I fail to execute on something I say that I'm going to do, even if it's not official, because that's why it's always important to me to start at 3 o'clock, because I watch some streams where it's supposed to start at 4 or whatever, and it's like 10 or 15 minutes later they show up. It's not the end of the world. People show up early, they start chatting, it's not a big deal. But for me, I want it to be like, hey, if I say I'm starting at 3, I'm starting at 3, or 3:01. I'm like right around that time. So, and I want to be that way with what I say when it comes to what I'm going to do as it pertains to the channel, so that people aren't just like, okay, Jesse's just talking about whatever, and it may or may not happen. Unfortunately, that's kind of where it is right now. I have flaked on a bunch of things, and ooh, if that was, I mean, oh, that is so cool. If that was a lightning bolt, I mean, luckily it's not the game ending. It's not game ending, but Buzzer just got eaten. So there you go. Nope. Io needs another orc. Looking for another orc. Ooh,
I will not be on the wrong side of history.
Ramp? Or a guard? Guard. Okay. I think he's putting a body down there to contest this guy so that his wood orc can do things.
We must protect our stronghold.
Jeez, guard after guard. It's not even a guard in your color. How'd you get... Where'd he come from? Oh, wait, what? Where did he get... I guess he stole it from him or something. I missed it. Anyway, I was on the verge of catching up. Big Hind is trying to beat Honey Badger and blowing up the chat. Sorry, Honey Badger, half asleep when typing. Let's see here. New era. Okay, good call. Thank you, Io. Thank you. Yeah, that should have been my been my deduction. I forget that Empire runs that religiously. Lackadaisical even. Yeah, I like lackadaisical more so than lazy. Lackadaisical sounds like I'm chill, not that I'm unmotivated. Although I kind of am unmotivated.
It has been my
well, someone has to carry the torch. But share the load. Honey Badger, share the load. Honey Badger, you try to keep up the conversation. You try to keep things going, but oh, nice crab lethal, pinchy crab lethal. That's for you, Honey Badger. Nicely done, Io. Nicely done. That's the way you finish a game. Is with a little crab pinch to the face. It's a little dose of humility. Le pinch. And Beaterus. Let's take another gander here. Hopefully he won't be up against an obnoxious opponent who just spams. Well, it's another Guildsworn player. It is an invade player, but as of yet, we're not seeing. And we got... Now see, this is how you avoid ug-nipping somebody. You see, Beater strategically that he saw that we were spectating. He hesitated, gave it about 4 seconds to be like, look, I'm going to finish this guy off. And then he hit him in the face. That's what you do. That's how you avoid the nip. I have a love-hate relation. I have a love-hate of New Era. It's a broken card, but on the flip side, it's also a reset of the broken stuff. Yeah. It is complicated. Indeed. It is. It feels bad, and it also doesn't feel. But it ended well. No. You paused. You gave us seconds before you finished it. So yeah, technically not nipped. All right. And Daria was in Diablo 1 but was removed. Okay, so this clarification on the earlier conversation. So yes, so there was an extra area outside of not Tamriel, Tristram. And Daria was in there. They removed her from that game and put her in the second one. She looked like one of the Succumbi from later Hell levels. The quest was quite good. I don't know why it was removed. Oh, that does suck. Interesting. Maybe they decided they wanted to make her a villain in the second one. If you killed her in the first one, then like they wanted to put her front and center. Jillian asked you to help solve the disappearance of Tristram's male populace. Ah, yes, Succumbi and whatnot. Yes, his voice and everything. Wow. You want a Scottish accent? Watch Shetland and Outlander. Okay, there we go. Is that are those two shows? Is a show called Shetland and a show called Outlander, or is it Shetland and Outlander? I can't tell because we don't have the little quotey things on there to let me know. Okay, Shetland. So I guess those are two different shows. Great shows. All right, sweet. All right. Well, then I now have. I'll see if I can get that on DVD or something. Take a gander. I have Dune on the way here. I bought it off eBay for like $4. Blu-ray for $4. What a world we live in, folks. But it's taken a little bit of time to get it. Usually eBay ships like within 2 days, but this particular seller, it was free shipping, but it was like 3 or 4 days. So I was hoping to have it done so I could talk about it with you all, but that'll be next week. I guess I will be watching it for the first time this week. And according to everybody, what everybody's saying, I am going to love the heck out of it. And if I don't, you all are bad people. Baldrick, I managed to piss off Celtic football fans once. Since I know nothing about football or sports in general, I thought they were Irish. Hey, to be fair, I would have thought the same thing. I mean, I know the Boston, well, we call them the Celtics here. That's how it's pronounced here, or at least the basketball team is called Celtics. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Celtic in general, but did I confuse it with Virginia? It's not hard to do a big Hind. Now I could see. I would understand if maybe what you're saying is Virginia became Virginia and West Virginia. That might and that might have happened afterward because something, I don't know, but yeah, it might have been. Mr. and Mrs. Horror, yeah. So we're at that part. So that's 5:27. All right, still about 20 minutes behind. Mom playing at the whorehouse. Exactly. Yeah. See. No, you're not childish, Baldrick. That's exactly the line of thinking. It was going to be a very awkward conversation, or a very awkward way of having to phrase things. We're going to hang out with the horrors today. Well, Captain Sum Ting Wong approves. Oh, Sum Ting Wong. Took me a second. Sorry. All right, guitarist, man. Dear goodness. So there you go, folks. Endurance, mono endurance is wicked. Either that or, as he says, it's Friday. At least he didn't try to pretend that it had to do with him liking pineapple on pizza, which I'm guessing because he is a man of fine taste. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Because we've got a lawyer in chat here. Ostensibly a man of fine taste who, in theory, does not like pineapple on pizza. However, if he were to say that he likes pineapple on pizza, that would negate him having good taste, and so therefore it is conditional on whether or not he does in fact like it. But he's doing very well in the game, so we want people who do well in the game to not like pineapple on pizza because it seems to be intricately linked. So yes. Something wrong. For shame. The only sports I like watching are hockey and American football. No kidding, IO. I would not have pegged you for hockey, stereotypically, I think, Canadian, but American football, kudos, man. I appreciate that. Actually, you know what I've been watching for the past 2 days? I've had it on the background. I don't typically watch anything these days anymore. It's called America's Game, and it breaks down, I think, 30 years. It takes each year, each team that went to the Super Bowl, and it's about an hour, and it shows footage. Anyway, it's football, and that's the thing. I loved the 80s and 90s American football. I kind of, as soon as I got into college, like right around the turn of the century, I kind of lost a lot of my love for it because I started getting older. Well, and that's not the reason for me not liking it. It's just getting older. It's just as I got older, and now that I'm older, even than like the oldest player, like Tom Brady is younger than I am. It's like it feels so much like and that's true of almost any sport. It's a young person's game for the most part. Like if you're in your 30s, mid 30s, you're old, especially in football, especially a running back. So, but it just got to the point where it's like, okay, they're kids having fun, which is great, but they're not the heroes that used to be, when I watch. So even now, I'll watch like games from the 80s and I have to remind myself, these are 25 to 30-year-olds. Like these are young people, but they still because I see it somehow with like nostalgia glasses, I still see them as older than me. Like I'll see Walter Payton, and unfortunately he passed away. I think he died younger than I did. Than I am now. And yet when I see him playing, which was like 12 years before he passed away, I'm like, I think he's an adult. He's older than me. And it's a weird thing. So I can still watch older games and feel like I'm watching these epic legendary performances, but I watch the new stuff and I see a bunch of kids running around. So it's a weird thing. But I'm surprised and pleased though that you do like American football. One of my favorite discoveries or finest discoveries was that, oh my gosh, there you go, Edmore. Maybe that tips the scales for you, buddy. A little more of that hate than the love. And it does. He just screw this noise. Yeah, man. That's how they do. I mean, it's if you're set up in a certain way. Like the only way that would have been more typical Empire is if Empire was also running low on cards, but they had fresh start. So you're like, okay, well, I don't have any cards either. But they don't either. And then they play fresh start. They've got all the Magicka because they've got like 16 Magicka. Now, oh, something just fell. Something big just fell. Hang on a second, folks. I got to see what fell. Okay, luckily it blew out my eardrums because the microphone picked it up. It wasn't all that bad. I just lost a disc plate. It's like a metal poster. And this one was Legend of Zelda, and I tried a different way of mounting it to the wall, so I didn't actually have to stick the magnets to the wall because it sometimes takes the paper off, and my method did not work out and it fell. Unfortunately, I have like 4 other posters that are hanging up with that method, and I am now beginning to wonder if that was a bad idea. Like, I need to figure out a different way of doing it. Okay, so that's for a later time. Hopefully everything else will not fall in the meantime. Yeah, so anyway, sorry. And that's why I'm falling behind now. That's the only reason. I was totally caught up on chat. I remember it. We have proof. We have confirmed I was caught up. Zen Sky, here we go. But then I had to step away for a second. Now I'm way behind again. Spoken like an American. All right, so Honey Badger, I was suspicious that you were not truly American, and that you were just you were perpetrating. However, when you call American football real football, that is truly an American thing to say. So well done. Denise, love Dragon Cult Ghost, such a funny card. I've come to accept and to expect such comments. I don't know that I ever thought Dragon Cult Ghost as a funny card, but but that is very on brand. That is very on brand. Baldrick, I only catch women's volleyball here or volleyball here and there during the Olympics. I'm supposed to. Okay, now volleyball is the thing. I wasn't reading that sarcastically. There is such a thing called volleyball where you play essentially in a racquetball court. If others don't, it's kind of like a much smaller version of tennis, but you've got 4 walls around you and there's no net, so it's really not like tennis at all. But you actually anyway, you put a volleyball net up in a room like that where you can hit the ball off the walls. It's a crazy game. So anyway, volleyball is fun, but typically I don't know that they ever advertise the leagues, and they're certainly not women and men's. It's not a big enough sport for that kind of shenaniganisms. This sucks because I just bought hardware to mount more posters like I mounted these, and with that one falling, it makes me believe that it is only a matter of time before every single one of these will succumb. Dios mío. Okay. Well, that is a problem for another time. Let's see. I can't stand watching football, soccer, way too boring, but that's just me. My beef with soccer, and I understand, again, it's Inu loves it, plays it. I know, what's his name? I know, gosh darn it. Antoine, a lot of folks love it. Here's my thing, and I used to play it. I have played more seasons of organized soccer or European football than any other sport. So I was big on it when I was growing up. My problem with it now is this. It's too ping-pongy for me personally. It's too much whereas with football and basketball on a micro scale, when you are on offense, it is a big deal for you not to be on offense anymore. It's called a turnover. It's a big, and maybe they still call them that in soccer, but turnover happen all the time. You kick the ball, you clear it, they get the ball, like you're actually giving it to them like on purpose. So like possessions are almost, they can be instantaneous. So you're always having momentum shifts where they're going back and forth and back and forth. And sometimes it's strategic to give them, put the ball down there and clear it out to give yourself time. Whereas football, it's like your goal, unless something bad happens, like really bad, like a turnover or change of possession, you are trying to, like, you're going this direction. You're going to get this objective done. Basketball, same thing. You're going to put the ball in the hoop there. A turnover is a big deal. Those are like things that you not penalized for, but like quarterbacks. They look at how many times they get intercepted. How many times do you turn the ball over? Because it's a big deal. You're not supposed to do that. In teams, in terms of offense, how many times do you convert on downs? So it's very much, it feels like a very like progressive thing. You're moving down the field. Whereas soccer is, you turn the ball over in a heartbeat. It's not that big of a thing because then you can get it right back. Like it's just the nature of the game. And so for me as a spectator, it's harder. But that said, hockey seems to be a little bit less, but it's kind of the same mechanic. It's not unexpected for your run to your objective to be interrupted. That's part of the game, the way it's designed. Whereas basketball and football are more, you're designed, you're supposed to score unless the defense shuts you down. Whereas here, your offense and defense is changing all the time, I guess, with those things. So I do find it a little harder to not follow. Like I can't keep track, but it's just kind of like it's too much to and fro. And I get the same way. I get bored with American football games. And that is the second Camlorn hero we have seen finish off a game in what seems to be a lot of burn type decks here. So yeah, if in American football, if it's just turned over like three and out, I get bored with that game too. So it's not just a sport, it's the nature of the sport. If it's too much, bricks for days. I'm such a stinker. Where's your pineapple on pizza now? But like I said, hockey, I don't mind too much. I don't know why. Because it is kind of the same type thing. I think maybe it's just shorter. Like you're not like when you matriculate the ball downfield, or like in soccer, it's a big freaking field. It's a lot of running. Hockey, I feel like it's like half the size or a third of the size lengthwise of just in general of a soccer field. Maybe it's not that small, but it just seems like you go down. It's like basketball. It's like it's a shorter burst. Okay, we're trying to do this. Okay, we turned it over, and now it's going back the other way. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense. I'm trying to. All I know is the bottom line is I enjoy watching certain sports and I don't enjoy watching others, and there has to be a mechanical reason for that. It's not just I don't like the game of soccer. Like I said, I liked it a lot when I was a kid, but even if I didn't much care for it now, there's a reason for it, and it has nothing to do with inherently that it's called soccer or that the nature of it. There's some reason for it, and I'm trying to sort out why, and that's the best I can come up with. Is because, like I said, when I'm watching a football game, an American football game, I lose interest if all the teams do is turn the ball over each other. And because the thing, as ridiculous as I think it is to some degree, to have one score, a touchdown, be worth 6 points. It's like, so you see a game like 42-36. It's like, whoa, that was a lot of scoring. No, it was 6 6 touchdowns for one team, and 6 touchdowns with no extra points for the other team. Like the score is never, the game is never as exciting as the score makes it seem. That said, so many soccer games are won, or European football games are won 1-0, which would be like 7-0 in American football. Very few games that like our defensive battles like that are, for me, very boring to watch, and in general, just not all that great to watch. So usually you're even if you were to break it down and just make each score worth 1 point, which wouldn't work, but even if you did that, a typical American score is going to be like 4-2 or 5-3. So there's more scoring going on, and it's more of a and I mean the celebration is about the same, but it's kind of the same. It would be that equivalent, whereas there's just less scoring in European football in general. It seems to be. And so, like I said, I don't know why there's just certain ones to watch. I mean, I think the athletes are just as amazing and can do the amazing things that they can do with the ball. And that is exactly for guitarist. Another win. Goodness gracious, man. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted right now. Like, I'm just waiting for everything to fall, and it makes me a little nervous. But on the surface, I look calm and ready to drop bongs. Bongs? Wait, why? Why am I dropping my bong? But I keep on forgetting. In my belly. In my belly. Right, if you want my body and you think I'm sexy, all you have to do is call. Sorry, me singing is never a good thing. Y'all didn't deserve that. I apologize. Mea culpa. Baldrick says, I don't care for it either. I really don't understand diehard fans of it, but probably I'm defective that way. Well, like I said before, there is a national or a global average or a global disposition, and you're either part of the majority or the minority in it. I think those of us who don't necessarily find soccer to be, or European football to be, entertaining to watch are probably in the minority. It is one of the most popular worldwide sports, after all. So there's plenty of people that like it. I think us folks who maybe aren't big fans are not in the majority, but it is what it is. Like I said, it doesn't make you right or wrong. You just know, okay, more than likely you're going to come across somebody who enjoys watching it than somebody who doesn't. The highlights are damn good though, but that's true. I mean, even baseball is probably the most mundane sport of all. Even those highlights look freaking amazing. Some of the catches those guys do. I mean, the hits are the hits. Like, you can only watch a tiny little white speck get into an even smaller white speck so many times, and you're like, okay. It's always the circumstance. It's the fact that, all the bases are loaded, how many outs, bottom of the ninth, whatever. It's that kind of thing that always makes those performances stand out and make them something to be admired. For most, whereas like with football, American football, you can watch, the team can be getting blown out and you have a running back like Barry Sanders, man. His career with the Lions, they made it to the playoffs one year, and the rest of the time it was an abysmal experience. But you can watch highlights of Barry Sanders all day long, and he's freaking amazing and just so fun to watch because even though they aren't winning, he's making great plays happen. Whereas with baseball, a lot of the plays, at least when it comes to batting, are only significant because of when the circumstance in which they're happening in. Otherwise, it's like, all right, little ball goes away. Whereas, yeah, anyway. Like I said, it's just, it is. Ooh, lemon on pizza. That sounds interesting. Of course you would say that, Honey Badger. Of course, and of course people who like pineapple on pizza are gonna be like, oh, it's so open-minded. Oh, you're so avant-garde. You're so progressive. You know, thinking of all these different cool ways to make pizza awesome and whatever. And really, that's not the case. Like when you say lemon on pizza, you should go, oh, there truly are things that don't belong on pizza. That's what should be said. But you know, people can't just get out of their own way, you know, and just admit when they're absolutely wrong. Thanks for the idea, Schward. Yes, you're wonderful. Sounds awful. Says the guy who likes pineapple on pizza. There's the same thing. They're both citrusy. They're both yellow. There's no difference between lemons and pineapple. And a new abomination was born, weeps Baldric. Hey, don't knock it till you try it, man. I mean, I said it was I didn't say lemon peel. I just said lemon. Who knows? It could be the most delicious thing ever. Denise. Okay, here we go. I was curious about this. Poor Vicious D. I think Death Priest mummified him because he knew Vicious D was my first love in Tessel. Death Priest is jealous. Okay, so I think you're still your loyalty is with Vicious D. You think Death Priest was acting out of jealousy and did the Vicious D dirty. Which to be fair, may not have wanted to, but his opponent was so cruel. Well, actually no, that was us. It was one of our friends who did that. Our person was so clever that they Hallow Death Priested when the opponent only had one card in their hand. So it kind of forced, like the Hallow Death Priest didn't have a choice. I'm sure if he had a choice, he would not have chosen Vicious D, Denise. But he was forced into a tough position by one of our friends, and you know, he wasn't given an option. He had to mummify something, and unfortunately, it was Vicious D. Okay, so we see that. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Okay. I'd rather lick a slug than eat lemon meringue pizza. That can be arranged. You could use a good pizza or slug. No, it's pizza because you had pineapple on pizza. The last pizza you had was disgusting, so you could use a good pizza.
Many important things on my mind.
Ooh, and Kano violence. Cruel and usual. Wait. Denise says, I know I'm sleep deprived, but the mention of lemon cake slices. I know I want lemon drizzle cake and no shops open, plus close to passing out. Life is cruel. Oh, Denise, I do not laugh at your trials. I do not laugh at your tribulations, but I do laugh at your, I do chuckle at your, at the melodrama of it all. But it is truly, but you know what? Honestly, there is first world problems, admittedly, but when you have a craving and you realize you're past the point where you can satisfy that craving in any realistic fashion, it can be a very cruel thing, especially when you know that in theory you should be able to satisfy it, or had you thought of this craving an hour earlier, or you know, any number of ways it could have been, but with you having no recourse for the foreseeable future, it is kind of a painful. It's hard cheese to swallow, as some folks might say, but it is pretty darn funny. Short probably doesn't like sweet relish on hot dogs either. Of course I do. Of course I do, Honey Badger. That's American. That's American. Sweet relish is absolutely fine. Hot dogs, you can do hot dogs so many different ways. I wouldn't put pineapple on hot dogs, but yeah, sweet relish, dill relish, ketchup, mustard, onions, grilled onions, plenty of stuff. Don't assume my disposition, sir. Let's see. I love that. Life is cruel. Beowulf, I have to jump. Have fun, you all. Enjoy your weekend, and thanks, Schward. Thank you, Beowulf. Good to see you again. Yeah, hopefully work lets up for you, just for your own sake and sanity. And then yeah, if it means we get to see you some more, great. But yeah, I realized just now I haven't caught up on chat, so I'm not seeing this live. seriously, I got four posters up. I need to take them down like immediately. Anyway, I'll do it. I'll do it in an hour or so. Denise, are lemon bars a thing across the pond? Lemon bars you can buy, Mr. Kipling. Lemon. It was so funny. I didn't know who was speaking. I didn't look at the name, but as soon as I saw Mr. Kipling, I'm like, that sounds very UK. For whatever reason, perhaps because I've never heard it in America, but yeah, Kipling. Lemon bars and lemon pie is heavenly. Nothing to disagree. Well, I don't know about heavenly, but I certainly don't find them disgusting. In fact, I like them. There's definitely good things to be had with lemons.
We must protect our
Big Hind, we should have a Chan meeting in Texas with Schwartz serving pizza, Hawaii. Oh, don't try to disguise it, Big Hind. I know Hawaiian pizza is pineapple and usually bacon, so or ham, which is ugh. It's weird. Pepperoni and sausage, both pork products, like them both. Bacon, like it by itself, don't like it on my pizza, and ham, also don't like it on the pizza. Not even a big fan of it necessarily in general. It's weird, just different pieces of the pig, but it all comes from the pig, but there's good pig and bad pig. Body bag, hello! To keep the trend going, I'm going to say bye to Beowulf's supper late. You see what I did there? Anyway. Honey Badger, do you not have a streaming service, Shord? Or do you just like DVDs? I do not have a streaming service, Honey Badger. Partially because I started collecting DVDs when I was still in college, and so I probably have 800, right around there, DVDs. I don't have the cases anymore because transporting around 800 DVDs got to be a pain in the butt, so they're all in like notebooks, like CD cases. And then probably about 100 and some Blu-rays. I told myself I'd never get Blu-rays, but the quality is so different and it looks so much better on a TV. Like playing on a computer, I usually just have it minimized in the window. But the part of it was like I didn't like the fact that I couldn't part of the reason I watch movies is when I travel, and you know it was especially, I mean, I think even now it can be hard, but unless you pay extra, getting Wi-Fi on a plane or in certain hotels or airports or whatever, you know, and being to the point where you can actually stream stuff was challenging. So I liked being able to watch what I wanted to watch when I wanted to watch it and not have to worry about everything. And it got to the point where, because I had so many, that it was like, why am I going to, I just spent all this money on DVDs. Why am I going to spend, because most of the streaming services, I mean, they were coming out with new videos every once in a while, but most of the time it was just the classics. And I pretty much owned all the stuff that I cared about. So, you know, and I had Netflix for like 3 months at one point, and I was like, okay, I've now watched everything that I don't own, and I'm good. So, but yeah, I'm a firm believer in physical media. You know, they've already started. We've seen it, not rampantly, but we've already seen censorship and alterations being made to things that appear on stream, things that are cut out, things that are changed, entire episodes that are dropped out of shows. And I don't agree with that at all, ever, period. You don't have to watch the show. You don't have to agree with it, whatever the episode is. It is not the purview of society or a production company or a streaming service to remove or alter a product for a modern audience or for contemporary whatever. That's not up to you. So I resent that being done, and I don't want to watch altered versions of things that I like. So I continue, and because of streaming services like DVDs and Blu-rays are cheaper now than they ever have been, so you can find things. And also, here's the thing, you know, like when I worked at Circuit City, we used to have to hawk the heck out of service contracts. So we might knock the entire price margin out of a TV for you, and try to get you this back in the day when Trinitron was like, well, it wasn't the latest technology, but it was the best in tube TVs. And then we just had DLPs, which have gone extinct, and projection LEDs, and then there were a few plasma TVs back then. Plasma was just starting. So flat panel LEDs, they were also kind of there, but you couldn't really get a true black. They really look crappy. DLPs were honestly the best looking picture back then. Plasma was good too, but the screens got warm and they were very persnickety about how you used them and stored them and everything. Like you shouldn't have put them like, you don't want to mount them like on front of fireplaces because the heat can have an adverse effect. Anyway, bottom line is we would take the profit margin on TVs wasn't huge. You know, even if $800 TV, you might only make $60 off of it, which was really kind of a bummer. But we'd knock $60 off the tag. When I say we, I mean management. And only at Circuit City, because Circuit City was willing to wheel and deal. Unlike Best Buy, which is like, hey, the price is what the price is. But we'd wheel and deal, we'd knock $60 off if you bought the service contract, because the service contract is 100% profit. And anybody who's had one, you know, there's a lot of times where all the stipulations and the, well, if this, then this, and whatever. Service contracts are not there to be amazing. They're there to sound amazing and to give you peace of mind. But half the time when you try to use them, what your problem doesn't fit in with it, or they say, well, we have to try to fix it, so it's gone for 3 months, and the loaner they gave you is nothing close to what you had. And then they either say they can't fix it or they do fix it, but then it breaks again. But that's the service contract. They don't actually give you a new one unless or until every option has been exhausted, or your particular problem with the TV is not actually something that is covered by the service contract. So you're kind of screwed. But anyway, it is there because off the jump, it is pure profit. They know most people are going to forget they have it, or just figure, you know what, it's going to be better to buy a new one. If you've had a TV for more than a couple of years, the technology is better. Your people, like, they know people are not going to use it that much, and chances are, if you bought a halfway decent TV, it's not a lemon, you're probably not going to need it anyway. So the reason they tried to push it is because it is huge for the bottom line and for the business in terms of profit margin and all those kinds of things. It's the same thing like Disney Plus. All these places are pushing streaming because it is a constant, reliable, every month renewable energy, revenue source. It's not just, hey, you bought a ticket to one of our movies, one and done. It's, we can count on $15 from you every single month. And if we just get enough people doing that, people aren't going to just cancel it willy-nilly because they're going to have to wait on hold and everything. So once we get them locked in, we guaranteed we're getting a revenue stream from this person for the rest of their life, foreseeable future, of this much money. And that is part of what is, I mean, there's a lot of other factors involved, but that is part of why they feel like we can just make whatever the crap we want. And even if it's crappy, okay, it doesn't matter if you watch it or not, you're paying for the subscription. Like, you paid for the movie already. You're paying for this already. It doesn't matter if this is crap, if everybody watches it, if it's popular. We're not subjected to the laws of, you know, supply and demand, or of consumer, which is, hey, you need to make a good product. Same thing with like Doctor Who in the UK, or programming in the UK. Like, if I'm not mistaken, you're required to pay the government to have this service, regardless of what's on it. You may not like anything that's on it, but you're required to pay for it anyway. And that's just my initial understanding. And so, like, when Doctor Who started going south for a lot of people, I'm not saying it went south for everybody, but Doctor Who started taking a hit in terms of, like, people were like, I don't enjoy watching this anymore. This isn't my Doctor Who. This isn't what it used to be. You couldn't not pay for it. And so because Doctor Who, like, they didn't have to worry about whether or not you were paying for it, the money was already paid for, or was guaranteed by government, or whatever it was, whatever that allows that to happen. There's no quality control. It's like here, it's like, hey, if a show sucks, chances are it's not going to get renewed. So you got to make a show that doesn't suck. Or, I mean, sometimes you can have a good show that just doesn't get enough eyes on it, which is sad. It's tragic, but it happens. But most of the time, it's dictated by people that watch it. If the show sucks, then it goes away. And so people are motivated to write good shows. If you know that you're going to get people's money, whether you make a piece of crap or not, then you make the piece of crap. You make whatever you want to make because the money's guaranteed. And they just know that people are lazy and they're not going to want to go through all the hoops and everything to cancel it. And then, oh, well, if you've got family, that's the other thing too. It's like, well, I would cancel it, but my kid watches their child programming, or their classic collection, like for Disney Plus. And so even people that would be inclined to get rid of it can't, because then their kids are going to throw it. Why can't I watch Pinocchio anymore? Like, oh, they already cut the pineapple on the pizza scene. Why do you want to watch it? Like, they've already altered it beyond repair. So it's not classic Pinocchio anymore.
A little distraction might prove useful.
So for that reason, amongst others, I do not subscribe, because I had Amazon Prime for like 4 years. And I keep getting notifications. Hey, you've spent this much on shipping. Do you want to use Prime? And I'm like, as long as you're making stuff like Rings of Power, I'm not going to give you a dime. You're not going to get guaranteed money from me so that you can just make whatever piece of garbage you want to make and call it good. I will support you. I will pay for a good product. I will not pay for a crappy one. I will pay for the shipping on an item. We used to always pay for shipping. That was just a part and parcel, literally. You used to pay for shipping no matter what. So just because we got spoiled and you can do certain things where you don't pay for shipping. Doesn't mean that it's some, egregious hardship. I would rather pay for shipping, which is where I'm actually getting what I want, versus paying for a subscription and getting a whole bunch of crap that I don't want. And a few things in there that are halfway decent. So that's my particular take on it. But that really just took me, I'm not going to catch up now. But yeah, so I do like them because I have digitized them. Also, I have like several hard drives that just have like my entire collection on there. So and there's a cool thing called a Mica, M-I-C-C-A. It's a little box about yay big. And you literally plug an HDMI into one end, plug it into your TV like a DVD player, and you can plug whatever media you want in there, any hard drive. I use like a solid state, like a little stick, little 156 gigabyte thing. Plug it in there. It's got like 80 movies, 100 movies on there, and it just plays it through the TV. And it's just like it's your own kind of streaming thing. Like you just have the stuff playing one after the other. It's like $50 for that thing. So you can, and it goes up to 4K. So so it's kind of like I'd rather have my tailored playlist and have things in there that I know that I like. And again, because it's not really that expensive, you can buy what you like and you own it. So you don't, I paid $15, well, not for Dune, but if I buy 3 DVDs for $15, that's a 1 month subscription to one of these places that they just keep going up as well. That's the other thing too. There's no cap on the subscription. No cap, meaning no limit, not no lie on the subscription. So you're paying for it. You might pay another $5 next month. And are you going to get rid of it? Are you really going to? When it's interwoven into your life so much? Probably not. So you're just going to keep paying more and more. Whereas I've spent the money. Now, granted, like I said, if I did not have, at the time I didn't have 800. It was probably closer to like 3 or 4 when streaming really started picking up. But I was like, I'm already invested. I've already paid enough for this. I'm not gonna give that up. And I do like the fact that I can watch it anywhere at any time. I'll put like 10 movies on my phone. And while I'm traveling, I'll watch like Lord of the Rings trilogy. I put that all together, big 10 gigabyte file, whatever like that. Throw that on the iPad, and I can watch the trilogy whenever I want to, wherever I'm at in the world. I could be in my car, whatever. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but for me, just knowing that option is there is kind of a peace of mind that I enjoy. So anyway, that's long and short. Big Hunt, I'm down for that. Physical media for the win. Yes, exactly, Baldrick. Yes, I figured. Yes. IO, that's why I have a physical disc PS5. Nice. I didn't know that they like if they were making options for that, but the same thing. These are all filled with Switch games. Like all the Switch stuff is physical media. I don't just do the whatever because I want the game I want to be able to play the game because Nintendo has done that before where it's like it's available in the shop or it's available in the common thing and now you don't get it anymore or whatever. So all my Switch games are all physical as well. So Honey Badger, because I only play a handful of games out of the Xbox Series S. Actually, Honey Badger, I'm the same way. I honestly, having said that, I actually have an is it Xbox One? I don't have the new one. It's Xbox One, but it was whatever series. It doesn't have a disc drive either. Because I think I got it for like 3 different games or something like that, and I actually don't know why. I think it was just the price. I think at the time I got it, I was really budget conscious, like super, like I could only justify it if it cost under a certain amount. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to be worried about physical media at the time. I go through changes just like everybody else. There was a time where I was like, physical media. But now I've just seen too many perils. I've seen too many ways that it can go screwy, where things can just not be available. Your internet goes down wherever you're at. Now you're out of it. When we had a power outage, I had a couple machines and an iPad that all, I could just watch stuff on them until the batteries died, but the internet was out. So, no cap space and no drug testing. Not just football was a bet. Wait. Okay. All right. Body bag. See, that's the problem. You confused me. You confused me with the first part of the statement because I'm like, no cap space. What? Heck no. No caps. Oh, wait. No. Okay, see, now I'm thinking you were using it incorrectly, or you're using the modern colloquialism of it, but you actually were using the classical sense. So no cap space and no drug testing 90s football was the best. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Like, as much as stuff like that went on, like Lou Alzado was still like an outlier, and that was in the 80s, and 70s too, I think. But people that roided up I mean, I don't know. I can't say definitively it didn't happen a ton, but I don't think it was that prevalent. But yeah, there definitely was classic. There were definitely things different. I mean, I would rather see pure athletes versus roided up athletes playing, even if it's less spectacular. I'd rather see that. And there were plenty of that was a sad thing. The guy Lou Alzado, like again, he admitted to doing steroids for like 10 years and ended up dying very young of a brain tumor. I don't know how related that is, but it's what went down. But like he wasn't that much better even with the roids than other people were. That like Lawrence Taylor was a better defensive player. I don't think they were the same position. I don't think Lou Alzado was a linebacker, but like, well, then again, Lawrence probably had some. Anyway, there are athletes that do amazing things without being juiced. But anyway, yes, there were definitely, it was more of a Wild West back then. I mean, you had people that would smoke back then too. Like you'd see in the locker room people smoking and drinking. Like that's when athletes were athletes. When you could kick ass while you were like being incredibly ridiculously unhealthy. Rip Edmorn. Yep, new era my ass. I think you mean arse, Io. Come on, stay on brand. You are the arse. You are the arse man. Io's an arse man.
Must I do everything
Rip and chat for Edmorn. Yep. I played football in high school and a league outside of school and hockey, of course. No kidding, Io. Yeah, man. Totally didn't see that. Totally didn't see that. Not any like no shade or anything intended. Just I think just when I think Tessel, if I think D&D, I don't think sports. Like the same person that gravitates towards those kinds of things also gravitated towards sports. So great to be wrong. And I mean I'm kind of in that but you're also good at it too. Like I had friends that were not anymore. Well, I figured. I mean, you get to a certain age, and it's really not practical or healthy, really. I remember I always be a stickler. Anytime we could play tackle football, I always want to tackle versus street or like two-hand touch. But I remember the day that it was very painful. The day that we were probably in our late 20s, and we were playing a tackle game, and it was a bunch of nice guys and everything. But man, I heard somebody like they got hit. And they got slammed to the ground. You just heard the flesh and the bones like just going, why? And the guy's like really slow to get up. And I'm like, I don't know. It just occurred to me. And these are guys who just, they were just like, I was still playing tackle at that point, but not hardcore. Like I'd run out of bounds, sooner than I'd try to like butt heads with somebody. Whereas it used to be fun to break tackles and outrun people and everything. It got to a point where I was like, eh. And at that, I was like, okay, I just played my last tackle game. Like, playing without pads at a certain age is kind of dumb. Oh, right. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Oh, I guess I'm going to find out that I missed a whole bunch of stuff again. Yeah, disc plates are nice. The problem, as I said, is they're, at least from my experience, they're like 97%. Like won't hurt your walls, but 3% will actually rip the paint off and the drywall. So I was trying to find a workaround for that, and unfortunately my workaround was not as dope as I initially thought it was. And if I use a method that I'm thinking of using, it's much more reliable, but all the posters are now going to be about 3 inches lower than they currently are, which is not ideal either. I don't know. I'll have to figure something out. Maybe I can super glue something to it. Yeah. I'll super glue something like really, really robust. Yeah. That's it. I just got to think of something robust that I have a lot of. Let's see. Let's see another endurance thing here. But anyway, but disc plates are really cool. Here's a public PSA though. They do scratch, and not just like, oh, you've got a nick in it. The disc plates are like, their base is white. So if you get, like I've got on some of these here, if they get dinged up in a move, say, you're gonna have like white scratches and white marks on stuff that really shouldn't look like. If some vintage things kind of look nifty scuffed up, disc plates do not look nifty scuffed up. They look scuffed up. So just exact lethal. Just avoided getting nipped by Guitarist. He's just tearing it up with that endurance deck. My gosh. He seems to have unlocked some secret potential. Nerd Elect Sports Outdoors. Actually, and IO, here's the, I think I mentioned this before, as always, because I always talk so much. There was a shop in California that I visited. The native was from Seattle. So she had a lot of Seattle Seahawks stuff. But half the shop was vintage toys, Star Wars, Transformers, GoBots, like toys from the time, like geek kind of stuff, comic books, all that kind of stuff on one half of it. And then you went to the other half, it was all sporting apparel, hoodies and jerseys and all that kind of stuff. And that was like the first time I was like, wow, a meeting of two worlds. You're seeing like Uber nerd and Uber stud or Uber jock or whatever, Uber sports fan coming together in a single shop. It was a beautiful thing. I ended up buying a hoodie from there, but it was pretty cool. But yeah, so that's IO. That's folks like IO. But I mean, what I was going to say was like there are people like myself. Like I'll do nerdy things, but I'm not good at the nerdy things. I wasn't particularly good at the sporty things either, but you can kind of do both when you're not good at either one. But like if you're as good as IO is at a game like this, I just don't think it's fair for somebody to also be a good athlete. So yeah, I'm going to pretend that you sucked at one of those. And I know you don't suck at this game, so I'm just going to pretend you were the worst football player ever, IO. That's it. Or it's all because you eat pineapple on pizza. Let's see. Do you have some kind of favorite poster on your walls, ladies and gentlemen? IO says, I got none. I'm a simple man. How do you live with that, man? Like, what walls, bare walls are so depressing. Like it feels like a prison or a school or something. So like I've got a Mario Kart 8 canvas over here, Mario World display, Legends of Zelda display, smaller ones, a Smash Brothers canvas, and then there's a Mega Man 3, Mario Brothers, Mario 3, Mega Man 5, Zelda 2. Those are my posters in this room anyway, as it stands now. Behind me, I've decided what I'm going to do. If anybody played Call of Duty, they have, if you play like zombies or whatever, they have these different colas. So like you have like a Juggernog, there's, what else? How am I? Stamina Up. Like there's like 15 of them. They're different like drinks you can buy in the game, like at these vending machines. They give you some perk, that increases your survivability or allows you to a quick revive or something like that. But they're all these very bright, very colorful displays that have, it'll have like a thing like this. It'll have a bottle, but it's all like, it's green or it's blue and it's got all these neon colors. Anyways, they're very, very cool. Just very, very fun to look at. Bright, vivid colors. Even if you don't really care about the games all that much, they're just kind of cool art to have. But I've got 15 of them, so I'm going to put them on the wall behind me there. And once I do that, I'll probably take the green screen down. Times like this, I'll keep it up just so you can see more of the game. But when I'm doing other videos or whatever, I'll probably have that up there. And it makes for a really nice, spiffy, very colorful background. But anyway, that's my poster stuff. Let's see what other people's stuff is. Painted Dragon Studios has a painting of the Fall of Boromir that I bought a print of. That's the only painting poster I have in my room. That sounds pretty darn cool. Painted Dragon Studios. How big is it, Honey Badger? But that sounds pretty darn cool. Is it like he's in Aragorn's arms, or is it him pincushioned with like 3 arrows? The only other one I have is a picture of my dad, uncle, and grandparents when they lived in Montana back in like 81 or 82. Again, pretending as if you're actually in Montana and not some other crazy country with lots of goats. But that's interesting. So yeah, just not a lot on the walls. I mean, those are great things to have. You got a very poignant moment from a great movie series and some beloved family members. Is there a way of getting IO's card back? I will have to look at that. IO, maybe you answered this already. If it's a top 10 card back, then unfortunately, Brovington, you just have to. I'm sure it was a drop of some sort. Oh, okay, then yeah. Sometimes there are ones. Yeah, unfortunately, there's still card backs that were only available if you bought like the bundle pack or something like that when they first released them.
We Nords are the Empire.
Hmm.
The Empire
awaiting orders. Don't make me laugh.
Repel the outlanders.
Good old
You
ball
will
griff.
foil my plan.
Watch this.
And Giggles for the win. Oh, but we weren't pulling for Giggles. Darn it. I'm sorry, Zen Sky. I lost track of who was pulling for there. I just saw Giggles. Like, hey, Giggles. My good buddy Giggles. I have two other things that I haven't hung up yet. One is history of my Irish side of my family, and the other is my lord or laird certificate from buying a piece of land in Scotland. No kidding. Very on point, very on target with what we've been talking about today with all the Celtic and the Scottish stuff and what have yous. But get those on the wall, man. Get those on the wall. The walls need to be covered. They need to have nifty things on them. Baldric, I have a Fabric Rocky Horror Picture Show poster print and several John Howe Lord of the Rings prints. Awesome. Are they framed, Baldric, or do you got them kind of postered up there like sticky tacked, or are these actual like picture? How big are we talking here? But Rocky Horror, that is definitely on brand, and that sounds pretty darn cool. A fabric. Now that's fabric, not canvas, right? So we're talking it's like a tapestry almost.
If I fall,
I think you have to own all the Allegiance cards to get it, Brown. Oh, this one here. Oh, yeah. So you can buy it, essentially, if that is the case. Yeah, exactly. Yep, doable. Yep. Wait. Sheesh, I guess that's unattainable. Oh, pre-order bonus. Dang it. Yeah, that sucks. Those are the kind of things you can't, like, I'm like, Bethesda, leave the store open. Like, let us give you money. Make these things available. I don't care. Like, yeah, there's just so many things that it was like they were one-time offers. And it's like, okay, I get it. You wanted people to buy those things, but it already exists. It's out there. There's still people playing. Why don't you just make it available? And then the people who didn't have the chance to buy it because they got to the game late can buy it, or people like me who didn't have the money at the time who would like to support the game now, even if it's retroactively, and wants to have a nifty card back can do it. Like right now, the only card back I can get that keeps popping up every so often, I can pay $4 to get a Dragon Scale card back, which I'm not interested in.
A clash.
Hold on, body bag. How does that statement make sense? So I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind on a very lazy, quiet, kind of bored day, just chilling. I don't mind watching golf because I like the atmosphere, I like the ambiance of golf. But to say the only watchable sport is golf, everything else is boring. Well, it's got to be a troll, right? Because you're an angry Buffalo Bills fan, Buffalo sports fan, and you've got the Buffalo Bills as your logo. There's no way you are not watching the Bills and thinking that they are boring, even though they can't win a Super Bowl. What is it? Bills stands for boy, I love losing, I think. I was actually just watching The Missing Rings, which is I mentioned America's Game. They really did. I wish they would have done a full series on this. They only did like 7 episodes, but I think it's really good. And for folks who watch this channel or had watched my journeys, essentially for the everyman experience, like I wasn't somebody who was winning all the time or winning often, really. I really struggled. The Missing Rings is where they take the series. So instead of taking a team that won the Super Bowl in whatever year and kind of following a narrative and the storyline, everything of how they won and what they had to overcome to win, it actually follows teams that lost, that should have won, that had really great seasons and they just had a bad game or they had a bad situation or whatever it is. And it's powerful stuff because it's like the struggles that the losing team had were no less amazing than the struggles that the winning team had. They just it didn't work out for them, and we can all, I think, relate to that. And so they had I was just watching The Missing Rings with the Buffalo Bills, which they did it where they lost when they lost to the Giants, where the wide right, where, for those of you who don't know, it was a very close game, came down to the last seconds. The Giants were ahead. The Bills had a chance to win it with a play that was, just without getting into details if you don't know the sport, it was a play that did not have a high chance of success necessarily, but it wasn't a low one. It was kind of like better than 50-50, but not much better. It was based on circumstances. You could go, you know what? It's not a foregone conclusion. Like there are some things where you go, you should get this, no problem. Like, you would have to be like, if you don't do this, you should get fired. The guy who missed shouldn't have been fired because it was a difficult kick to make, but it was something that he made before. So it was one of those things where you genuinely didn't know if it was going to pan out or not. So they followed their season when they lost, and so he missed it. He missed it by about that much. He had the length, and it was like 2 feet wide right. So he had the distance. Everything was great. He literally just went just outside of the posts, and lost the game. But then they lost 3 more times after that. But they got blown out in those other matchups. So that was the closest they came. And so, but it went on a little beyond that because they were the only team to really get featured that had lost multiple Super Bowls in a row. They talked about that as well. And anyway, So that's the only reason why I know. Boy, I love losing, because either one of the players said that's what people were saying Bill stood for, or one of the players said that or something. Oh, DIO! Dang, you must have been really young, because that was 92, I believe. 91 or 92? So I was only 12, and you're... Oh, maybe... Well, you couldn't have watched that when you were 2. So did you see it, like, on a replay or something? Because I don't think you're my age, right? You're a lot younger than I am. Like a decade younger. But yeah, it was one of the closer Super Bowls. Unfortunately, it was one of the few times that my dad, his favorite team was the Giants, and so I was rooting for the Giants. It was one of the rare times in my family where the team we were rooting for actually won. And at the time, I was like, yeah, I hated the Bills. Replay. Okay, that makes sense. But I mean, there's some really interesting stuff. Like there was one season, it was one of the Giants. It wasn't. Wait, was that the one? Yeah, I think it was that one. No, Otis Anderson. I think that was before. It might have been no, because if that wasn't in Tampa. Anyway, there was a thing where anyway, I won't get into it. That's way down a rabbit path. Let's try to catch up with chat here. I like playing golf. Watching it is boring. I leave it on the background. Exactly. There you go. Exactly. It's great for background. It's great to look at and go, wow, the grass is really pretty and green. Golf claps. Yes. If I could get just plate poster that looked like a premium, not alternate art mud crab ankle snapper, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. They do have Elder Scrolls Legends, but only a few. They've got Fighters Guild Recruit. But you can't do premium, obviously, because you don't have shifting light patterns and everything. They do make some that glow, that light up. They're incredibly expensive. But even then they wouldn't be animated like this. But they don't have a lot of the cards. They have Indoor Mastermind Mage or whatever, the guy that's by the sacred words of Belloc, the 6/6 that if you kill him he blows up 6 damage in the lane. They've got him. They've got the Fighters Guild Recruit, where he's kind of like, he's got his sword in front of him there. They've got a lot of the avatars. Like there's the gal holding the torch. There's the archery guy. No, they don't have the archery guy. They've got like the redheaded gal, looks like Red Sonja kind of thing, standing in the snow with the blood all over the place. And they've got several, but not. They definitely don't have mud crab, unfortunately. You can custom order. You have to be a part of their club thing there, and then your challenge is getting a high enough resolution image to put on a poster. You could probably get their smaller size like that, but yeah, I think it's like $30 to be a part of the club. And I do believe you're right. I think you can actually submit art to have it printed. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you can do that. Honey Badger, people, please. The most enjoyable sport to watch is NASCAR. Similarly, the most enjoyable pizza to eat is with pineapple. That's about the same thing. Yeah, I can't get into it. I could do other golf claps in NASCAR. You can golf clap while you're driving the car. You get bonus points for that body bag, but don't survive much. Big Hein, I know this is a little too late, but good night, sir. Good night.
I will be triumphant.
Funny thing, we'll be here in about 20 to 30 minutes. Schwartz going to say good night to Denise after talking about her last comment. What? Hard to stay awake any longer, so I'm going to sleep. Good night, all. There, I didn't do it. Haha. Stop.
Time to take the offensive.
Encano violence. That's something justice for Encano. Bye, buddy. Tiago, hello. Good to see you. Wow, better late than never, eh? No, of course not. I'm joking, but only because you're usually super duper early, and this is actually really getting later in the evening here. But good to see you, Tiago. Good to see you. And it's 6:45. Aha, body bag. It's more than 30 minutes. It's 40 minutes almost. 38 minutes, something like that. I became just a spectator. I deleted the game from Steam again. Oh my gosh. Schwartz does not put mayo on hot dogs, Honey Badger. I have not tried it, so I'm not knocking it, but I do not think that it would appeal to me. I like my dogs with ketchup, mustard, and relish if it's around. Yeah, Tiago, I'm sorry to hear that, man, but yeah, you're not alone in that experience. Unfortunately, a lot of us have uninstalled the games many times. Yeah. For whatever reason, I couldn't just not play it. I had to uninstall it. It was like I was telling the game, screw you, game. Like, you are no longer on my device. You do not belong here. You're not welcome here. Tiago, I hear you. I try to hop on the ladder and I lose, and I question whether or not I ever want to play again. Yeah, that's my experience as well. Keep playing, but if you're getting your butt kicked and it's not fun, then definitely don't force yourself to.
Preparations have been made.
Yeah, I get lost in my thoughts. Yeah. Well, wasn't Rudyard Kipling British? Kipling does sound very British. So it's one of the few names that I don't think has made it across the pond. Like I don't think we have many Kiplings. Unfortunately, there were some toxic players in the game and some mechanics that ruin it, so it's disheartening. Let's add Schward. Ham is the best. I would rather have ham than turkey or anything else really. Besides, steak, of course. So at least we have some consistency. People with questionable taste continue to have questionable taste in most things. Sometimes somebody like Honey Badger or I will say, oh, hey, I like this. And I'll be like, oh, that's actually good food. I'm kind of surprised you enjoy that. But most of the time what we're seeing is a trend here of I have a bad take in this, and so therefore it stands to reason my take in other things will be just equally as bad. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. Which is fine. You know, I don't judge too much. I try to accept people for what they are, and not judge them too harshly. I don't always succeed. I am human, but yeah, that's just something I strive for personally, and yeah, I can only hope that the rest of the world kind of takes my lead. 800 DVDs and 100 Blu-rays. That's a nice collection. It's not bad. It's not bad. But and to be fair, let me clarify as well. That is the number of discs, because the only way I can come up with that number is because I know how many binders I have and how many discs are each one, like how many it holds. That's the number of discs. So I've got like 4 seasons of Pinky and the Brain. That's 16 DVDs for all 4 seasons. So it's not like, oh, I have, it's like individual media. It's that's how many total discs. So it's not 800 titles, I guess is what I should say. It's especially when you count how many seasons of different stuff. Like I've got full seasons of a lot of different TV shows. That's a lot of. Oh wait, no, that can't be right, because then I wouldn't have nearly as many. I don't know. It's not a ginormous number, but it's a healthy number. I don't. If I'm in the mood to just watch something or put something on, I am not wanting for content. You know, like I said, I started when I was 20, so it's 25 years. Like I don't avidly collect as much anymore. Grant, there's just not a lot of stuff that I want anymore. But like, you know, but again, when you're talking $4 or $5 for a Blu-ray or DVD, I can do something like Dune, where people are like, hey, Dune, check out Dune. It gets enough good word of mouth. I'm like, all right, I'll watch Dune. It costs me $5. If I don't like it, like the Mario Brothers movie, I mean, nobody recommended it to me because it's absolute garbage, but I wanted to watch it because I'm a big fan of Mario. So, you know, I bought it, Blu-ray for, $10 or whatever it was at the time. Nice. It looks like that. Well, it doesn't. Guitarist isn't in a position to win. but he has not lost yet. That does hurt it. That is going to be great. That's going to shut down that lane, and he now has... Yeah, so he's going to take 3 damage. Hopefully, Kaliu is not sitting on a lightning bolt. I think that's really the only way Guitarist loses as it is now. But it's a bummer because that he is going to take 3 guaranteed. Oh wait, did he just get? No, he didn't. Okay, so he's got lethal next turn. He just has to survive 1 more. He does get it. Oh, but he get it after the turn, so he couldn't have played it anyway. I'm guessing it's a lightning bolt. That was way too fast. He's got so many cards in his hand. And Kano, once again. All right, so that's the first loss we've seen Guitarist take with his endurance deck, but wow. But even then, it was close. He was in position to win. He wasn't getting blown out. So well done, sir. Just in general, obviously not for that particular game, but I want to... This match has ended. Screw you, match. Amarillo. Been a long time. Let's see. I like the Alit. The Alit, maybe? You like the Alit a lot? I know what you mean, Tiago, when I play. Yep, yeah, exactly. I do. Really, when I play now, it is mostly gem farming. Just because I'm trying to buy more premium stuff. Yeah, they removed a movie I like from streaming service, all because China made a fuss about it. Kundin from Martin Scorsese. Really? They made a stink about that? And they actually removed it, huh? That sucks. I'm not familiar with the movie, though. I know who Martin Scorsese is, happily, but I'm not familiar with Kundin.
I won't need to hide any longer.
Did it have to do with China, or is it just China saying we have buying power and we don't like it, so therefore... No, kind of like Disney was like, oh, we've got a was it Finn, is on the cover of the American version, but when they presented it over to China, we're going to take the non-white person off of the cover, off of the poster because for some reason China didn't like that. And I know they tried to pull that crap with Top Gun Maverick. They wanted. They bitched about some scene. They wanted the flag taken off or something like that, and they're like, "Screw you guys, we'll sell tickets without you." Tiago, well, my irritation is uncontrollable, so I excommunicated the game from my computer. Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. Again, it doesn't feel the same if you just stop playing. You have to. It's like a statement to yourself and to the game. You've done me wrong. You've done me dirty, and now you will, as a consequence of that, not be played. And I think that's absolutely fair. The game needs to know. It needs to know that it's done you wrong and it's not appreciated. Let's see. The BBC model is also in my country, says Baldrick. If you have a TV set or even radio, you must pay for the national broadcast service. Yeah, see, I'm not. I mean. In theory, in general, like on the face of it, it's not inherently bad, but there is no quality control because they're guaranteed to get your money anyway. Like if I knew, I mean, well, just think about anything. Like your favorite YouTuber, YouTube is a little bit different, but like, I mean, yeah, there's just no quality controls. Like I can make whatever I want, and you're technically paying me for it. Like I can make a living and make something that nobody actually likes, nobody thinks is good. I'm not talented at all, but because I'm here and I'm getting a paycheck and you're forced to pay me, I can get what I want. It's just it's an asinine system. It's not, you don't get quality from that. Speaking of not quality, it's the poop stone. First time we've seen that in a long time. Remember there were some days we were doing this and we'd get like 5 poop stones, 6 poop stones. This is the first one of the day. Bromington Schward, do you read comic books? If yes, what's your take on digital versus physical? So Bromington, actually, this is something. So because I actually found at a yard sale, I found it's like these wooden. It's like wooden plaques, like really thin plaques that have old school comic covers on them, like from Marvel. And I found them at a yard sale for like $3 a pop. And so I got them just because it was like, it's cool. Like I can kind of was into hero stuff when I was a kid. I actually. When I thought about it, I realized none of my friends actually read comics. None of my friends, it was sports cards, mostly baseball and football. And, G.I. Joes and stuff like that. But when it came to actually like collectible stuff or like geek stuff. Nobody I know had. I had one friend. He had like 10 comics that his parents bought randomly one time. So I didn't grow up with them. I wasn't allowed to have them, or my parents didn't buy them for me. I didn't really think much about them. I liked reading them when I got my hands on them, but I wasn't a big deal. I do like the physical media, but it's like same thing with like a book. Like if I can, all things being equal, I would rather read a physical book than a digital one. But digital is so much more convenient. It's easier to get through. It's backlit. You don't have to like hold it open. Like, especially if you have a small device, you can just have it in your hand. You don't have to worry about like with a book where you're kind of got to literally hold it open so the pages don't close on each other. But there's something about the smell of the book. There's something about the feel of it in your hand, and then just reading the actual letters on the page. I can't explain it, but I just enjoy processing physical media more than digital. So Barvington, I'm not sure the question if it's about digital versus like, I would prefer to read a comic book with like in person, like an actual comic book. I'd rather have it on the shelf. I'd like to look through it, like to look at the covers. Usually, knowing my proclivity, I would probably display them somewhere and take them out when I want to watch them. They'd be functional as display items, and then also as, because they're works of art, especially the cover arts. Like sometimes the art in the comic is absolute garbage or it's just not great, but usually they get really good art for the cover. So may have nothing to do with what's inside, but at least the quality is pretty good. So anyway, but so I don't know if you're saying like ethically or something, like, is it right to have it in a digital format? But like, I don't think we were talking about like censorship with like DVDs. I don't think there's as much censorship, or I haven't heard as much of it being there. And there's like a lot of, I mean, you can find, torrents or not that I'm suggesting that, but you can find like collections that people have put together. And I mean, they do last. They're easy to preserve that way. Like a lot of comics, you see them, they get torn. I mean, it's the same thing with DVDs. That's the risk. That's why I digitized all the Blu-rays and stuff, because all it takes is a scratch or something, and your content's done, and it's less accessible. Then you've got to have a physical player to play it, which I do have still, an old Blu-ray player from like 10 years ago. But you want it to be as easy. But comics are different. I would say I would prefer physical media myself. But maybe if you tell me your take on it, I can understand better what you're asking about, and I can weigh in on it for whatever that's worth. Baldrick, I have to catch up with digital mangas here and there since I can't afford or house all the series I'm interested in. One Piece is one I thought. Oh, Baldrick, that yeah, isn't that the longest running? Is it like 1,000 issues or something like that now? So yeah, you chose the one manga that's never going to die. It will outlast us all. That's crazy. But yeah, that's manga. I can understand, like, there's not enough space to contain, because some of these series just go for so long. It's one thing, hey, Lord of the Rings trilogy, the 3 books. I mean, I have all. They're like the size of a Bible. Like, it's not a very big thing. You get all 3 of them in a decent size. Manga, though, you buy these issues, and it's like you'd see shelves and shelves and shelves of these things. Honey Badger, I think the painting is 14 by 20, something like that. And yeah, Boromir is a pincushion. Okay, 14 by 20. So just a little over a foot. And about a foot and a half. So okay, it's a decent size. It's a decent size. But yeah, so it's not. But it's not. In other words, it's not like a sprawling painting. Is I guess what I was asking. So it's because like the smallest disc plates, they're like 17 by 20, I think. So they're roughly the same size. So Boromir, like on his knees, then I'm guessing, like he's kind of like leaned over, so he's got the arrows. Maybe like he's kind of almost silhouetted or something. But that's an interesting. That's a good piece. It's a sad piece, but a good piece. The Rocky Horror one is about 60 to 100 centimeters. Okay, I'll have to do a conversion on that. It's some kind of satin poly material. It's done how ones are small cardboard prints and unfortunately not framed. All right, hang on a second. Let me do centimeter to inches. I mean, I should know this. It's what? I don't know. 60 to centimeter to inch. Okay, 24 inches. So 2 feet. Okay, so okay. That's a good size. Not quite movie poster size, but pretty darn good. And then the John Howe is a little bit smaller, not framed. But still, okay, awesome. And how many, like, do you have a collage essentially of them, or like they're kind of like up on the wall, or you've got like 2 or 3 of them? But that satin poly material sounds pretty dope. Where'd you find those, by the by? Are they local vendors? Dude, you all should check out. So the crappy thing is the vendor that I bought, Etsy is where I go for a lot of the art stuff. The artist that I got the canvas prints of like the Nintendo stuff, and they're literally printed on canvas. It's like a painting, but it's digital. It's printed on there, but it's a canvas. So it's nice and light, and you can hang it with like a freaking push pin. The vendor is no longer selling, which sucks because there were a lot more pictures I was thinking about getting if I had room for them. But if you go on Etsy, you can find a lot of prints and posters and stuff like that for really good prices. What was I doing? Oh, right. Back to Jay Shades! Jay Shades! Heading out, folks. Io, radio, have a good night. What you bought, Dune? The Lynch version or the new one? The new one, Baldric. And Honey Badger says he will be back. We just hit the... Like I said, I am a little anxious because now I have posters so I have helmets, like Star Wars helmets, that are like on pedestals. I might actually post a picture. Like, I actually like how the room turned out. But you can see kind of what we got going on here. But if they fall, they could do some damage to things below them. So I'm going to check their integrity and make sure that they're not about to fall apart like the other one did. I'm just trying to think. I could probably put something underneath of it. Yeah, I think I could do that. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Oh yeah, if I do it with a magnet will stick. Aha! Yes, that'll work. Anyway, yeah, so I do want to get those off the wall so they don't fall before I have a solution. But yeah, so yeah, I bought it was the new one. You all were talking about the new one was amazing and everything, so I wanted to be a part of the club and be able to talk about that. It's hard to believe Toto made the soundtrack. I would never connect the band to an epic movie. Really? Wait a minute. Are you talking about... Oh, the Lynch version. Okay, gotcha. Wait, so Toto, like I Bless the Rains down in Africa, did the music for the old Dune. Interesting. I'd be kind of curious. So, Baldric, you've seen both, I guess? You said the Lynch version is still good. Would you say the new one is better or that they are just so different? Like, I never saw it, but Gone in 60 Seconds. Apparently, there was a Gone in 60 Seconds, like, from the 60s, and then there was the one with Nicolas Cage. As goofy as zany as he is, I like the Nicolas Cage version, but my understanding is, even though they're both called Gone in 60 Seconds, they're very distinctly different. They're a different imagining of the same kind of general premise. So I'm curious if the older Dune and the new Dune are just too different to be compared, or if the new one is just an improvement on the old one, or just a different way of telling the old one. When we're at comics, I just watched a documentary today about Hugo Pratt and Corto Maltese and how Americans never heard about that comic or the author. He's almost legendary in Europe. Yeah, I can say... So is Hugo Pratt the artist and Corto Maltese is the character? Or are they both artists in Europe that we just haven't heard of here? But yeah, it's kind of almost criminal, like the amount of art and... the amount of artists and artistry that's in Europe that we never hear about. And it's like, I don't know if it's, it's kind of like Mac and PC. As much as I do appreciate Mac for a lot of things it does, it is kind of dickish that it doesn't make itself compatible with PC. PC allows itself to be compatible with Mac. So it looks like Mac is better than PC because Mac can do Mac stuff and it can do PCs. It can open up PC documents and whatever else. PC can't open up Mac, so you think, oh, Mac is better, but Mac is actually being the jerk, saying we're going to keep it proprietary. You're not going to be able to open stuff on here. So Mac looks better, but it's actually PC that is better because it's actually allowing you to use its programs on other platforms other than its own. So it's kind of the same thing as like with Europe. I'm wondering, is it that America is not importing, has no interest in importing or showing things from other countries, or is it that other countries aren't interested in exporting their stuff? Like why, why haven't we heard of Hugo Pratt and Corto Maltese? Is the assumption that it wouldn't translate here very well? Or is it we're just like, there's no distributor over here going, hey, we're willing to publish it here or, do the translation here? Or is it Corto and Hugo saying, we don't want to export our stuff? Like, I'm not accusing them of that. I just, where's the bottleneck? Why is it now? Or is it here and I'm just a Neanderthal, artistic Neanderthal who isn't exploring the avenues needed to find foreign artists? But yeah, I can say I'm not familiar with either of those names. But there's actually a lot other than Jack Kirby, I think his name is, and Stan Lee. More recently, what's his face, Jim Lee. I don't really know of any. Like I know other comic book artists, some of them, but not most of the really popular ones. Like you could say a lot of comics, like especially ones from like the 80s and 90s. And I'd have no clue. I mean, some of them, like McFarlane, has a name, but that's because he branched, he did his own thing, and he became a name in itself. And it's like, oh, the guy who did Spawn also did all these other things. So, but like the guy who penned The Crow, really, really, apparently great comic and everything. Don't know his name. Ninja Turtles. I have read their names. I know, but I probably wouldn't know the names if you put the names down without any context. I wouldn't be like, oh, those are the guys that did Ninja Turtles. So even American comics, I'm not all that well versed in. So it probably shouldn't be a surprise that I'm not familiar with foreign ones either. There's a very good animated version of one of the comics. So kind of like, because isn't, what was the one Spielberg did? Oh gosh. Oh, you know which one I'm talking about. Tintin, The Adventures of Tintin. Isn't Tintin a foreign book? That's not an American book, right? But the only reason I know about it is because they made a movie about it. So yeah, I would think that if we could get our hands on, like a movie or something that piques interest, which is funny because that's what people were thinking. Like, hey, Marvel must be doing really well. Like when Marvel and like Iron Man came out, it was like, oh, this is great. It's going to revamp the comic book industry. It really didn't. Like, people like the movies, but it didn't make them more interested in the comic. And it's funny, you could tell that was going to be the case for the most part. I think there may have been a spike here or there. There was a momentary like surge, but the way you kind of knew it, I remember when I heard critiques about the Green Lantern movie. Yes, people talked about the costume and whatever. And I was like, I see the critique, whatever. Most of the beef that people had with that movie was when you got down to it, it was actually what Green Lantern's power was. Like they're like, oh, it's so stupid. Oh, I can make this with my mind or whatever. And I was like, that's not the movie doing a bad job. That's actually Green Lantern. Like, that is the character. That's what he does. And yes, the color yellow is his weakness. And yes, all these other things, all the ridiculous stuff that you think is stupid in the movie, that's actually from the comic. I was like, I don't know that your Joe Blow movie audience is actually going to like comics because, like, they're giving us the most mainstream version of them. But if you get down into the actual story arcs and everything, it's not exactly digestible by, I would say, not the vast majority, but a lot of people. Like, those comics are never going to break mainstream. And then of course you get certain people and publishers taking comics in a certain direction that made them even less popular with people who actually liked them to begin with, which has risen to has contributed to the rise of anime and manga and particularly in America. Let's see. Yeah, the John Howe ones are in a pattern in 2 rows. The Rocky Road one was bought from eBay. Nice. That's awesome. And yeah, and John Howe, like, the art is just so darn good. I remember, did I get a book or I saw a book? I think my friend had a book on the art of John Howe. So I can imagine some of his prints would just be absolutely gorgeous. Because, and some of them didn't always translate. Like, you see, like, his conceptual paintings of certain things, and you're like, Jackson took it in a different direction, but the art itself looked, there were times, I can't remember distinctly which ones, but there were certain times where I saw, I was like, how that art captures the look that aligns with how I feel about it or how I would have looked at it. But Peter Jackson went with a different look, and it didn't quite didn't quite capture that. So no, Hal is freaking awesome. Ooh. Wow, look at this. What are we looking at here? It's like, okay, you play all your cards, I'm going to play all mine. Jay Shades really only has that breakthrough going for him right now. Okay, the Bitterfish Witch into Leaf Lurker? Maybe. Interesting. Okay. Again, Jay Shades is a great player. Maybe he's waiting for a creature to rage on. The new Dune is also really good, more realistic. Also has some music that stays with you. Yeah, I remember. It was you or somebody else was shouting out. But yeah, Toto, I would not have. I bless the dunes down in Duneville. I don't remember the name of the planet, but
Time to test my metal.
let's see. But yeah, so that is kind of an interesting thing. But apparently, like you said, it works. Hugo Pratt is an Italian comic book author. He lived in a very interesting life. Cortez Maltese is a character he made. Okay, gotcha. I'm glad I sorted that. An adventurer that travels the world and finds himself in interesting, deadly situations. Okay, so but I'm wondering if maybe that's it. So like when you talk about like even like here in the States, we had the Shadow. Which was, I mean, if you look at it, like even the early artwork of Batman was ripped from the Shadow. Like Batman was just a knockoff of the Shadow. Not many people heard of the Shadow because, I mean, it was a guy in a trench coat and a hat. Like he didn't have a gimmick. He didn't have a look. He was just kind of a dude. Now, granted, you got guys like Indiana Jones who are just guys in hats and whatever stuff, and they turn out well. They get a good turnout. But I think in general, especially when you talk about kids, like a cape and cowl, secret identity, superpowers, those tend to be more, at least I would say, I guess for American audience, would tend to be more, oh, he's got the rage. Horker Rage! Oh, Jay Shades fell to Horker Rage. A spectacularly horrible finish. Spectacular, but horrible, I should say. Wow. Tintin was an excellent movie. Georges Remy was the author from Belgium. Yeah, exactly. Yep, of the comic. Right. Of course you would know exactly what's from. I'm like, I know it's foreign. You're like, I know exactly where it's from. European comics badly translated to American market. Our comics are more often graphic novels. That makes sense. And I mean, to be fair, graphic novels only started finding an audience here, I think, in the past like 15 or 20 years. So if it was older stuff, like graphic novels were not considered as accessible. Like it's taken a while for... And I always hate to speak in general stuff. All I can talk about is my experience, people that I know. Like it took a while to get anime to be not mainstream, but to be popular enough where it's like we're a decent market now. And I think the same thing with graphic novels. If it wasn't colorful, wasn't, again, like I said, filled with colorful characters and crazy powers and everything, kids weren't really gravitating towards it. So like a comic book about a traveler just kind of going around doing stuff like a Tintin. It's like, what's the catch? What's the rub? What's the hook? You know, and not that it actually needs one, but I think that's what we got used to. And like I said, the Shadow got completely, literally, no pun intended, overshadowed by Batman, he was a knockoff. The Shadow did it first and did it better, and he was actually willing to kill, which made a lot more sense when you're up against sociopaths and psychopaths. Batman came along, also was willing to kill because he was a Shadow knockoff, and then they're like, oh, we want to make it a kid thing, you know, for kids, and so we can't just have him like offing people, and oh, he's got a sidekick now, like to appeal to that younger demographic. So it's a lot of shenanigans on the publishing side, but yeah, slapped by a giant seal, a very angry seal. I mean that just goes to show you, do not pick on horkers. They can be belligerent and full of rage, and yeah, I mean, yeah. That was an incredible. I've never seen a Horker so beefy and so enraged, and unstoppable. But kudos to the opponent for pulling that off. But Baldrick, thanks so much for sticking with me a little bit after the time there. Usually, it seems like everyone else has forsaken us, but I appreciate you sticking with me. Like I said, I want to get some stuff squared away here, so I've got to dip out. But to everyone who has watched, to anybody who's still watching and lurking there in the shadows, would definitely appreciate you. And Baldrick, a great conversation as well. A great, I love the fact, just again, the font of knowledge that's there. And I always come away with a title or two or name or two that I should look up, check out, eat, or try to acquire to expand my horizons. So again, thank you so much. Next week we'll be back to the Tesla video. I might scale it back. I don't know. I'm trying to think of if I wanted to make it like a bookend where I'll do Mondays and Fridays, but we'll see. Bromington, hanging with us there. Good to see you as well. I'll go ahead and stop flapping my gums and land this plane and talk to you all later.